We need a motion to adopt the agenda for today.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
This meeting is being recorded and or transcribed.
Chair votes aye as well. How about the approval of the minutes from May 7th? We need a motion.
Move adoption of the minute. Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Chair votes aye as well. And we have public comment, and this is an opportunity for the public to comment on any public matter that is not on the agenda of the meeting and is within the jurisdiction of the Teachers Retirement Board. However, the board may not take action on any issues raised unless it's included on the agenda and public comment has been allowed. If issues are raised that would require board action, the issue would need to be included on the agenda for a future meeting. Public matter does not include disability applications or contested cases and other adjudicative proceedings. Would you like to be our public today? Just here?
Sure. Sarah Piper, Montana Federation of Public Employees. We really appreciate being included in the stakeholder survey and also the efforts that TRS has made to push that out to all of our members. I think that it was a really wonderful chance for our membership to weigh in, and I'm just glad to be here with you all, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. So we're on to long-range planning, Jim.
Okay,
So I'll let you take over the meeting.
great. Thank you. So today we're going to do our 2-year strategic planning. You all should have gotten planning framework in your board packets. So that'll be our guide for today's planning. And then I also handed out this morning the raw data from the surveys. We put summaries of the surveys in the report, but we did want survey respondents to feel comfortable and not have their individual responses posted on the web. So we just thought we'd send those out to you individually today. So everybody should have that. And Dan, Kim from my office emailed those surveys to you this morning, so I'm hoping you have them as well.
Yep, I'm looking at them.
Okay, perfect. So I believe everybody was involved in strategic planning last time, so I won't spend a lot of time going over what strategic planning is or what our objectives are. But we do hope to kind of give the board an update of our accomplishments since the last strategic planning meeting, and most of that's going to be things that Sean's been updating on all along, so we won't need to spend a bunch of time there. And then we want to basically walk you through some information that we've gathered, the surveys. I met with Sean and the staff and put together kind of a summary of some recent issues that they felt were pertinent and some suggestions that the staff have for strategic objectives, so you'll be able to review those. And then our hope is today to walk out of here with the strategic objectives for the coming 2-year period. And we'll, like we've done in the past, reduce it to writing in that commitment worksheet, and that can be what we use to monitor progress and report out at the end of the period. So that's what we hope to accomplish today and why we're all here. So if we look at our primers, since we were all involved in the previous strategic planning, I don't need to do a lot of background, but just to kind of refresh everybody, when we met in 2019, we did refresh the vision and mission a little bit. The guiding principles, I think, have remained the same for a couple of sessions, and that's pretty normal. Usually a mission statement is fairly static. I mean, mission statement usually has a shelf life of 5 to 10 years. So that's not probably something we need to revisit, but we do want to look at it today. The vision is really more where we want to be in the future, so that might evolve a little bit more often than a mission statement would. And then the guiding principles, again, are kind of our corporate values, so they don't typically change a lot, but we want to take a moment to look at all of those today. And the strategic goals, objectives, and strategies. So the mission is kind of the big overarching purpose we're here. Our goals then are those large kind of achievements or accomplishments, kind of big picture umbrellas, and then underneath the goals we have objectives. So you know, the goals may not necessarily change from year to year, but the objectives, specifically how we're going to achieve those goals, will change. And the nice thing about the teacher's retirement strategic planning process is it's been very successful. I mean, the staff have been very successful in accomplishing the goals once they're set out at these sessions. So I think it's been a really great communication tool for the board and the staff and our constituents and partners to kind of get everybody on the same page and moving forward towards those objectives. So with that, we just want to kind of start walking us through our agenda today. Some of the first things we're going to talk about and look at is, and I don't know if we can put the screen on. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm already plugged in and everything. And I'll just kind of, what my intent is today is just to kind of track our deliberations and decisions as we go through them, and then produce a written report, a written summary of this work session after we're done. That can be something we'll put on the website and share with the public. So the first thing we want to do this morning, like I said, is just revisit the mission, vision, and guiding principles, and just see if anybody has any thoughts, comments. If they still look good, that's great. We don't have to change them, but if you know, there's any major developments or changes on the landscape or things that we want to think about in relation to this, this is just a good way to kind of set the stage for our conversation this morning. And then one other thing while we're waiting on that is I would like to update our operational and environmental assessment. So that's one of the things we will be doing later today as well. I kind of changed up the process a little bit. Some of the research I did just talked about the SWOT, you know, the weaknesses and threats maybe being too much of a focus on negative things or things we can't do anything about. So I kind of reframed the SWOT into the SCOC, and basically just instead of weaknesses, we look at internal challenges and just kind of reframe them as internal challenges, and it kind of narrows the scope to things that we can do something about, and hopefully the thinking is forces a more positive mindset. You know, we don't want to dwell on the negatives or the problems, and then the same with the external, we'll look at external opportunities and external threats, and again, try to narrow our conversation down to the things that we can do something about and really keep our focus on solution-based kind of approach. So a lot of it's just kind of psychological or how we approach it, but I think we're, you know, part of what I'm trying to do is just get us in the right mindset there to do that. So everybody's got the primers in front of them, so I think we can just move and look at the mission, vision, and value statements. So if we look on page 2 of your primer, section B, the mission, vision, guiding principles, goals. So I'll just let everybody just take a minute and read the mission, the vision, the guiding principles, and then just want to get some comment from everybody if they still look good, if there's anything they'd like to change. And one of the things I want to try to do today too is we are going to do a strategic planning summary. So, and I want to update like our environmental assessment both in terms of content and form. So we are going to put this on the website. So even if we want to do a little wordsmithing, this looks great, but I don't really like how we worded it or something like that. I think that's appropriate too. So if you want to look at the mission, vision, guiding principles, goals, it was a little intimidating. I think you and Janice were correcting my spelling and grammar. So working with a bunch of teachers, I think we probably have pretty good punctuation and grammar, but just want to give everybody a chance to revisit those and see what you think.
I feel like they're still very relevant. And I think we worked hard on them last year, and I think both of those, unless somebody has some suggestions on wording at all, I like it.
I don't see any issues with those.
Great. Okay. So the next phase, again, and this is more just a review and kind of refresh us all and get us up to speed with where we're at. And I really think today will be kind of an iterative process. We'll just be going back and forth, you know, and as we go through like the environmental assessment, somebody may say, oh, here's something we need to do, or here's a goal. You know, just feel free to mention those at any time. I'll try to capture them, but then toward the end, we're actually going to sit down and set goals and objectives. I'm sorry, we'll probably leave the goals the same. So feel free to jump in at any point. Yeah. So one of the things we want to do this morning is just kind of a report out on the strategic objectives we had established during the last strategic planning session. And I'll just kind of walk through, and Sean, you may just want to jump in. I don't know if there's, if you want to give any more background or that behind some of the accomplishments, and we can just maybe walk through the different goals, if you want to just say a few words about each one and where we're at with it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
You want me to start, or you?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, and then, and if anybody has any questions on any of the goals, objectives that we've achieved, jump in. Sean will just give us a quick rundown. Most of the information is already captured in there in red font as far as, you know, what the accomplishments were and where we're at.
Yeah, okay, so for the board, I mean, this will all be review essentially, because I do update this prior to every board meeting. So the first one there was expanded risk analysis report to comply with the NCAT ASOP standard. Of course, Kavanaugh McDonald completed that in May of 2020, and that was presented to the board. The second one was explore options for periodic tax qualification reviews, and we did actually go through with that, and it was completed in July of 2020 by Ice Miller. They did that, oh, it's not a qualification review exactly, but what was it called?
Compliance review?
Yeah, it was a compliance review, and everything was, you know, found to be in good shape, and the things that weren't were added to our housekeeping bill last session. So that is completed. The third one on the list was is related. It's the same thing. It's the Ice Miller documentation of compliance with TRS and federal law that was completed. In addition to that, the LED audit of operational compliance is conducted annually, and those are all to accomplish that third goal in your list there. The fourth one, at the bottom of that page, is high performance work culture. TRS will establish contracts for additional system support, modification, and enhancement beyond the current contracts to support future system enhancements. And we have completed that up to this point, and obviously we'll continue to do that moving forward as far as the board's appetite for continued enhancement is there. But we did extend our contracts beyond the formal project phases, and we're actually 2 years into that at this point. We've done 2 full fiscal years of additional work outside of the formal project phases. That's all been approved by the board. At the top of the next page, the goal is workflow analysis and improvement, including implementation of automation and improved processes. And some of the work we've done there is the online, so we have online beneficiary designations already in place. We are about halfway through online withdrawals. Those are completed, or scheduled to be completed and rolled out in production in December of this year, so that will be done. We have as a different talking point today, something the board will consider is what level of ongoing support do we want to do going forward for like online retirement application, et cetera. That's a big point of our discussion. But we have made progress for that goal and objective. Up to this point, there's still more to be done. The second one on page 5, the primer is process and system documentation, developing manuals, flow charts, and procedures, et cetera. The outcome of measures improve internal documentation of business processes. We do have what are called interest release notes that are in-depth instructions of all the enhancements that are going in every time we roll out enhancements, and they provide some level of instruction to staff members. And then obviously we have, in the interest itself, we have online help, which is available to both staff members and employers when they log into our system, and that's updated on an ongoing basis. So those are some of the accomplishments there. Third one was explore options to utilize the TRS real estate asset. Of course, as you all know, that building sold October 30th of 2020, so that's been completed. Fourth one, develop internal and external audit capacity, and that was a budget item that we went over in May, and we're planning to post and get that position posted here in August and have it hired somewhere around the end of August or beginning of September of this year, so that will be taken care of here shortly. Last one on that page is continuing with formal strategic planning every 2 years. Obviously, that's what we're doing today. It's scheduled for sort of full-blown. It's scheduled every 2 years. Obviously, every other year we take a less formal look at it, and that's what we did last summer. This year is the full-blown strategic planning session. Okay, the top of page 6 in your primer is coordinate executive director and board member attendance at school superintendent meetings. We weren't able to do that last year because of COVID. I'm going to look to pick that up this year, and we would have done it last year anyway because it was a legislative year, but really I try to do that every other year, get out on the road and meet with the superintendent groups, and I plan to do that this coming fall and winter. Item number 2 on page 6 is communication and outreach, continue external communications, including staff attendance at the annual educator conference, legislator education outreach, coordination with FP and attendance at Masbo and SAM. And so I can tell you staff did complete the educator conference last fall.
Even though it's online.
Even though it was virtually, we did do those sessions. We have conducted the MASBO training. No one has done that with the MASBO group. And of course, the legislator education and training that occurred during the 2021 session. They have a few joint meetings, and actually the pension study that's underway right now is part of the staff committee. The first meeting was introductions, and we have another meeting August 25th, which will be mostly education for those committee members before they really get into the nuts and bolts of whatever it is they want to try to accomplish. So
Do you know what type of presentations you're going to be the presentation?
it's going to be an overview of TRS, and yeah, it's going to be more of an educational.
And you'll be the primary presenter?
Yeah, for TRS, yeah, and Dory will do PRS, and we'll do DOI.
Right.
Okay, so the fourth one on that page, second from the bottom, is continue to promote communication with members about system functions, improvements, etc. System reminders go out in newsletters, and obviously in July, just this last month, we did the members survey. The last one on that page is actually carries over into the next page too, is develop employer resources and increase communication with employer representatives, etc. And then the outcome is updated employer resources, improved time to communication through the training of employer representatives. And some of the things that we have done are automated the new member process. We do send out regular employer contract communications. We have new hire communications to employers that sent out in April of 2020. We completed the annual term pay training in April of 2021. The annual MASBO training in June of 2021. Employer memo communicating legislative changes went out in May of 2021. So those are just some of the examples of
regular employer communications.
So that is the update of our previous strategic plan objective worksheet.
Excellent, thank you very much, Sean. And I think you've all already discussed this, but I just wanted to see if anybody had any questions or comments on some of the accomplishments since last strategic planning. And just really want to commend both the board and TRS staff. I mean, the board has set some pretty high goals and objectives, and staff achieved virtually all of them, with the exception of the COVID barriers. So that's really, really impressive, and I think it's always good at the beginning of the strategic planning just to take some time and reflect and celebrate some of your successes. I think the staff and board have done a great job over the last two-year period getting things set up and accomplished. And as Sean mentioned, I think a lot of today's conversation will focus around the information technology options. And you'll have seen that in all of the surveys. We got some idea about cost-benefit analysis, and I think we should be able to give the board some really good guidance, a really good background information to make some decisions on where we want to go with that in the future. So that takes us through that. There's a couple other things in the primer just to set some background, and I just want to really facilitate a conversation to go through some of these issues and just make sure everybody's got enough of a sense of the landscape. We've looked in the past at the board policies, the relevant legislation, the relevant administrative rules. So I think everybody here is pretty familiar with kind of the framework within which we operate, and I don't think there's any thought or concern or need to do any changes to legislation or changes to administrative rules. So unless anybody wants, and we certainly can look at the statutes, look at the rules, we did look at those in the past. So unless anybody wants to dive in and really better understand our statutory authority or administrative rules, I'll probably just move past that part if everybody's okay with that.
Actually, Jim, we have, not part of the strategic planning, at the end of the day today, we're going to do some administrative overview anyways.
Oh, perfect. So I'll put you through that again. Okay. So really, a couple things that we wanted to go over, and Sean and his team were instrumental in putting this together, is a few issues that we just want you to be generally aware of. Sean had brought some information in from the NCTR presentation. I think Leah sent out just some notes. I guess he didn't really do a presentation this year. Is that correct, Sean?
So I was not able to attend the director conference, and he didn't have a PowerPoint, but I just actually forwarded you an email that we got from Scott, because Scott went to the trustee workshop, and it is in more of a formal PowerPoint presentation. The issues are the same.
Oh, okay.
These were the notes that Lee Snell sent to me that he worked off of when he did his presentation to the directors group.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't know, if Scott, do you want to speak to any of these items, because you did just recently sit through that?
Yeah, I don't know that I can summarize anything that he goes through, because it's so encompassing in terms of the amount of information that is usually thrown in there. But I will say that there are still some potential threats out there, and we obviously dodged some bullets over the last couple of years in terms of the federal side of things. In particular, there was the potential for strings to be attached to an awful lot of the COVID-related bills and the financial monies that came out of the state, and those strings were not attached, which was a huge bullet that we dodged. And then the other one, essentially, as much as anything else, was the Taft-Hartley plan fixes, which have been an ongoing threat for a while.
And I saw in the notes that were provided, there certainly was some discussion about, the stimulus aid and limitations around that. And I don't know if that's a major impact or issue. I don't know if you guys were anticipating using any of that stimulus aid for return the retirement system, or if that's.
No, we weren't anticipating, I mean, I think Scott's right, we were following along as that was coming through Congress to make sure, because there was talk at least of tying strings to that, requiring states to do sort of radical changes with their DB plans, and they didn't do that, which was good.
Okay.
Probably one of the more disruptive things that's happened in the last 20 years is when federal dollars come down and then prohibit states from using those dollars towards paying retirement into the system. And that means the state essentially has to cover that, even though the salary might be covered by the federal government,
Right.
the state has to cover retirement. And they did not do that this time, which
That makes sense.
is really helpful.
Yeah.
So you can actually make a decision, can we do this, looking at the dollars that are available from the Fed.
And, you know, obviously you never know what's actually gonna pass or not pass, or how long it's gonna take, but I could see the provisions of the Secure Act 2.0 potentially coming through where they increase the required minimum distribution age again. They just did that not too long ago, they increased it from 70.5 to 72. And of course, when they do that, that creates programming costs for us. Within the last year, have implemented sort of automated letters that go out, letting people know about the required minimum distributions. And we have them set up so that they go out in sequence. And I just to be something to be aware of. Something like that could create more work and expense for the system. Take that out further.
But other than that, it's really not an issue to the.
No, right, no, it's really not, otherwise, we comply with the required minimum distributions now to the best of our ability, and we continue to do so. It would cause some programming and testing costs.
Maybe you don't.
There's always the possibility of regulatory tweaks that require us to do all kinds of.
I don't understand, why do you have to have a minimum distribution? What is the
They
law?
want their tax money.
Oh, because then you have to start paying taxes. Okay, I could not figure it out. All right, thank you.
It's all about the money.
Okay.
All right. And then the government pension offset and windfall elimination provision, Sean, did you see any potential impacts with that?
Not especially, you, Scott, I mean.
No, you know, and whether or not it actually happens or not.
One of the few districts in the state that don't participate in Social Security.
Correct.
Yeah.
There are a couple.
Right.
Okay. And I think Sean's point's really relevant, because that, again, just planning and budgeting for system maintenance and changes is gonna be a big part of today's discussion, and you know, thinking about maybe some of those external changes that may come that require programming and costs that we can't control, that's happening to be prepared for. A few other issues that Sean provided was some of the actuarial changes. And Sean, I don't know if you want to speak to maybe how that may impact the system or our operations.
Sure, so there on the bottom of page 9, primary, there's the ASOP 4 potential changes, and this isn't something new, it's been sort of out there since 2018. The changes have yet to be finalized or adopted by the Actuarial Standards Board, but really the big thing that this would do is require us to provide an investment risk defeasance measure, which would require disclosure of that measure in our valuation. Of course, they would use a discount rate. It's basically the US T-bill unit rate, which is very low. It would look for pretty much every system, but really, even systems that currently are 100 or maybe 105% funded, if they have to use a 3% or 2.5% rate of return, they're not going to be 100% funded. So that's something that's out there. I asked Todd about it a little bit, and he didn't have any insight. He said the standards board is still kicking it around. They haven't made any decisions one way or the other. And I don't know if they're getting political pressure or not.
Yeah, that really just makes no sense whatsoever to base it on no risk investment, because there's
Well, there is
no
no such thing
system
as
that does that. Yeah.
there is no such thing as a no-risk
Right.
system.
Not completely.
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of risk by going to that.
It's a different one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's, with treasuries and bonds being as low as they are, you know, historic lows,
Right.
you really can't tie this.
And the actual returns have been far different than
Yes.
those rates, so.
Consider-
Far, far different.
Yes. Thankfully.
So that would require disclosure of that to say if this was our return, this would be our funding,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't change anything else, it would just be a disclosure.
It would just be a disclosure. The problem with that, though, is it's there,
Got it.
people in power would say, well, we gotta do something about this system.
Yeah.
I mean, they could also ask us to put out gold, back it all with gold.
I think they should also have to require us to find out when it was like 24%, what would it be, no?
Right.
At least if you're gonna do the low side, you gotta do the high side as well, come on.
Oh, we know what that's
No, I know.
All right, and then a couple other issues, which you're all aware of, and just by way of a refresher, these were very well summarized in Horizons, but the state legislation, House Bill 88 and the Joint Resolution 8, everybody should be pretty much up to speed on this. I don't know if there's anything we need to say. You already talked about the study.
Yeah, I mean, House Bill 88 was our housekeeping bill, so I know that all the board members are very aware of what was included in that bill. The biggest thing with House Joint Resolution 8 is that TRS has to just plan to take an active role and be willing potentially to even spend some money for actuarial analysis if necessary. As far as I know, the municipal board is always been supportive of that. So.
So that's some of the background, and just to give you a sense of maybe some of the legislative, state and federal issues on the horizon, some of the professional standard changes. So I think that's just good information as we come into strategic planning, things we want you to keep in mind. Another big piece that the board's been interested in, and staff has done a great job, is gathering some input from our members. So the primer included a summary of the member survey, which Darla worked on, and we've provided copies of the actual surveys here for you this morning. And these were sent ahead of time. So, Darla, I didn't know if there's kind of anything you want to say as far as some high-level observations. Darla actually helped, she drafted the summary that's in the primer. So I think she gave me some really good ideas of some of the major observations. But I just wanted to give Darla a chance if there's anything you want to say about the member survey, or if any board members had any questions of Darla about the survey.
I thought I'd better get closer to the mic. I think it's pretty clear. The only thing I would point out is that the active members made up the vast majority of respondents, but fewer than half of them have ever even used my TRS. So that points out one obvious thing. We already knew that they just don't like to think about their retirement until it's time.
Right.
So we need to push that more. So some of the suggestions that they made are either things that are already functionality that already exists, or things that I just wanted everyone to keep in mind that those responses are based on fewer than half of the people have actually used the system. So we just have to take some of those suggestions with a grain of salt. So that's all I wanted to say.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I thought the surveys were extremely.
Hey guys,
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
sorry, could I jump in with a question?
Yes.
I'm having a little trouble hearing, so I hope you guys can hear me. I was surprised by a couple of the responses. One, the fact that 30% of the active respondents are willing or interested, at least, in coming to the office to have a consultation, and another 14% weren't sure. I was wondering if there's any additional information about that showing geography. Are those 30%, for example, more concentrated within the teachers that are 100 miles away or so from the Helena office? And more importantly, does that fact that they're so willing to come influence our strategic planning in any way, in terms of personnel and timing? Because it occurs to me that, having in-person meetings would be very good for some of those participants, the hands-on. I'm experiencing that right now, feeling the frustration of not being there with you all in person.
Yeah.
Dan, this is Darla, one thing I'll mention is that we are not able to collect information on who they are. There's no personally identifiable information, including location. The only thing we did is prevent people from taking the survey twice on the same device, so that's literally just looking at an IP address. So we know nothing about who they are or where they are. And then what I saw in that response is that there really is no consensus. Sean actually wanted me to put that question in there to see if there was if there was a strong desire for more virtual meetings. And really, if you look across, it's a mix. Everyone has a different preference. And a lot of people do come to the office now, so I'll let you talk about that, Sean.
Yeah, they do. Dan, this is Sean. One thing that since I've been here, which is going back to 2013, they are always very appreciative of having the option to come in and meet with staff face to face. And we have the 3 benefit officers, and they've been meeting, they've been scheduling at least 2 meetings per day, each of them, since the beginning of July. And once we came back to the office, and they've been doing those meetings face to face again. And I can hear them as they're coming in and leaving. They're still very appreciative of having that option. And I don't think that will ever change. I think for me, what I was looking to get out of it is, and it's something that I've been encouraging the benefit officers to do. If they have a member that lives in Sydney or Glendive, giving them the option to meet virtually via Teams, a one-to-one, somewhat a virtual face-to-face meeting. And that's something after the COVID and all this, they're all pretty proficient at doing that at this point.
Did that help, Dan?
Yes, thanks for the feedback.
I would even guess some of the 30% is because of everything we've done over the last 18 months, and they're tired of it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So that might be a little inflated, isn't it?
I have one question, Darla. We talked briefly about this when we met in preparing, but were we seeing some trends maybe that active members, there may be more of a trend towards people more interested in online services, or were you able to draw any conclusions when you got the final results? Because I know we touched on that briefly at the preliminary stage, and I didn't know if we had any idea of where things are headed or where our customers' expectations may be going. And I think some of that will help just as we really think about the future with our online applications and systems, because they come with a cost, but I also think, I got the sense there's some fairly high expectations I think people have for online services. I don't think people understand what it takes behind the scenes to get that done.
And how much we've
We've
invested.
done a lot of work to get there. It was interesting during the TRS workshop, there was a session where they were able to talk to their systems about where they're at in the IT process. North Dakota virtually has nothing online. And they're trying to take a system and figure out a way to get there. And I just think back to all the discussions and all the thoughts that we've had, and good luck, guys. This is not something you do overnight.
Can we license our system to them?
No.
I was really kind of surprised how many people thought a virtual assistant was preferable to even somebody online.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it
yeah.
when we talked to this robot. Shocking.
They're used to talking to Siri.
Active members do, of course, seem more willing to use online services, but again, like I said, fewer than half of them who responded had actually even used my TRS. So
Right.
I don't know what that tells us, but I tried to do a little slicing and dicing by those who say they use TRS, my TRS, and those who didn't. you don't see a lot of difference. The only thing that stood out as a difference among just the percentage of how they answered questions was most of the active members who responded are vested. And those, of course, are much more, almost 80% wanted the ability to apply for retirement online, whereas only about 67% of those who are not vested. But that stands to reason. If they're not even thinking about retirement yet, they don't care how they're going to apply for retirement 15 years from now, 20 years from now. So
Right.
there's really, the percentages are pretty consistent, no matter how I look at it. That was really the only difference.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very, very informative. I think that'll help the board. I know the board's extremely interested in what the members want, so that's really important. So the other one I want to take some time just to look at and discuss is the board survey. And we did include a summary in the primer, and I've also handed out the actual raw data for the survey to everybody. Should have it in front of you. So we asked a number of questions. What do you see as the major external threats, opportunities, topics we'd like to ensure you discuss, goals and objectives we'd like to achieve, and then we did ask a question about the investment in the information technology. So, we can consider question one when we get to that phase of the strategic planning session where we're going to be talking about some of the external challenges. So we can look at that. I think question two is really going to be helpful for us when we get to that phase as far as looking at the most significant opportunities. So we'll pull this back up and refer to this when we get to that phase of the session. I think a few topics we'd like to ensure we discuss during the strategic planning session. I think we need to make sure we hit on each of those topics, and I don't know if any board members have any specific comments you want to make now about things you want to make sure we touch on or accomplish today, because I want to make sure you get what you need out of this strategic planning session as well. So, we can see there the topics that people want to talk about, obviously sustainability, timelines, preparation, more information, financial planning tools. I think even Darla's presentation kind of speaks to that, getting more people engaged in using TRS. Updated systems, we're going to talk quite a bit about that today. And then, I guess, lessons learned from coronavirus, and talking about that. And then I think we'll talk a little bit about reaching legislators and that as part of our session too. So these are things we just want to make sure we hit on today. And then pretty strong support for the additional online services. I think everybody's we're either strongly support or support. But as is your job, quite a few people say I support it, but I'm concerned about the cost, which is your job as a board member to be concerned about the cost. So that was good to know, and I think we saw that across the surveys. I think everybody is pretty supportive of doing more and enhancing our online systems. So I think that should give the board a certain degree of confidence in allocating time and resources towards those efforts. So we'll bring the board survey back out when we get to the next stage, which is right on the cusp of that. And then one of the things we talked about, one of the suggested conversations we wanted to have because of the survey was the implications of retirement, workforce shortage, potential initiative for more working retirees. I found a pretty interesting report on where all the workers have gone, and I think any one of us has been involved in hiring would realize there's a pretty big shortage in the labor market right now. So the Montana Department of Labor and Industry in June released a report kind of about unemployment. I mean, you can see the obvious spike in unemployment around COVID, up to, almost 15% in the nation, and we hit about 12% in Montana. It's interesting to see Montanans consistently were kept working at a higher rate than the nation did. But the big thing I wanted to show you in this report with regard to where all the workers went, you know, we can see the huge drop in workforce participation. And obviously COVID had an impact on that, but it's not yet come back to even half of where it was as far as workforce participation. So we didn't see things bounce back and everything go normal like we thought or hoped it would after the pandemic. And I think a lot of people just decided, and this figure is really important, this is what the survey is saying where everybody went. You know, so almost 60% of people that are no longer in the workforce were retired. And I think COVID had a big impact on this. And I know people personally that just, you know, they were working at home, they didn't really want to come back to work, and they're still a little scared or whatever, so they just retired. A lot of people decided I'm going back to school. A lot of people decided, you know what, I'm just going to stay home with my kids. It's not worth it. So I know one of the things we're going to talk about is working retirees and some of those types of issues. So I just wanted to present this information to kind of give the board a little background on.
Would you mind sharing that? That's great.
Yeah, I can just email it to everybody. Great report that they did. So I will email that out to everyone. But yeah, you see the number of retired people in Montana really grew, you know, significantly. And that wasn't just because of COVID. We could see like that little dip and then it picking up again. But I think a lot of it's just the demographics, and I think a lot of this stuff just hitting at the same time. But we do a lot of recruiting in our company. It's just been really hard to find people, and employers have really had to raise rates, and getting experienced people is almost impossible for jobs. So I will email this out to everybody. I'm spending more time on that, but I thought it was nice to good information to share.
It's on everybody's mind. You know, where are these people? And when you see an unemployment rate of 3.7, it's not like they're looking for jobs.
Right.
They're just not there.
Right. So that should probably be a conversation we have when we kind of get to objectives and goal setting. You know, and staff talked about just a conversation about phased retirement. So I think we want to talk about that today as well. And then the final survey you should have in your packets there in front of you is the staff survey. So you've all had a chance to kind of read the summary. They were kind of asked the same questions, strengths, weaknesses, threats. So again, when we get to that phase of the planning session, I want us to just have these in hand and you can kind of look them over. And then they had actually recommended some topics, and we'll get in later to actually some specific objectives that staff have nominated that are included in the primer. And I think some of our real strengths remain the same. I mean, TRS remains a very high-producing, lean, efficient organization. We've got a great staff. Some of the staff even commented, you know, lower turnover, which I know was something we were talking about working on in past strategic planning sessions, so that's great. Staff had a few suggestions, you know, maybe we can do some things on improving our cross-training, maybe taking another look at our pay plan, which I know that TRS has been very proactive on. And there's just a lot of good competence and expertise in this building. I think that's a major strength we can continue to leverage going forward. Obviously, being a lean organization, I think, is a double-edged sword because you're highly efficient, highly cost-effective, but you also don't have as deep a bench as maybe some larger organizations, which can always be a concern when there's turnover or retirements or illnesses, all of which we just talked about. But I didn't really see anything in there that was, shocking or surprising. I mean, it seems like staff is very well aligned with the board as far as, where we should be going and what we've accomplished. So that was all fairly positive, and I think there's some great ideas and suggestions in the staff survey.
So I guess the one thing I want to talk about a little bit here, it was summarized at a higher level than what we had previously, and I see a little bit more detail in the actual Robinson responses, but there's a few comments about cross-training and transferring callers needlessly, and I have to tell you, that is 100% by design, because each department is so, there's so many intricacies of knowing the laws that apply to retired members versus the laws that apply to active members, so on and so forth, or if they're calling for a withdrawal. I mean, if you back up 8 years ago, we had some folks that were answering questions at the front desk that they weren't qualified to answer. They're not trained to answer them. They're not paid to be trained to answer them. So I don't know if there's frustration here about somebody's feels like they're getting more calls than they're supposed to, and they think they should be getting or not, but I can tell you the phone tree is in place, and it's designed to funnel the calls to the correct department. Now, I agree 100% within that department, there should be cross-training, but I think we have sort of taken a step back in the last 4 or 5 years to really make sure that the right department is answering the right questions, because we end up in positions where we'll have a contested matter. It may not go all the way to a contested case matter, but they're wanting to appeal something, a decision, a staff decision that we've made, or even the board has upheld, and then we'll say, well, so-and-so or somebody told me at TRS, and we have, I mean, we're way better off now because we have person notes and we log all those phone calls that come in. But we have no way, when Denise and I are looking at the documentation, we have no way of knowing whether someone told them that or didn't tell them that over the phone. And sometimes they can be very specific of exactly what they were told, and you're like, well, yeah, that's not correct. And then we're in a position where we make an exception for this person because they were told something wrong, or don't we? So I just want to make sure the board's aware of, I don't know exactly where this is coming from as far as what part of these are all blind to me as well, but I can tell you that by design, the calls are being sent to the appropriate department for a reason, I guess. So and certainly even all of the heads of those departments, whether it be Janelle and Active or Natalie and retired or Nolan in the county, they want to have their people cross-trained in order to cover when one of them was out on vacation. But going across departments, I don't know that we want to go there. I think it opens more problems, or potentially exposes us to more problems than solves. And so I don't know if Tammy, if you want to speak to that issue as well, or Denise, I know we've all dealt with this in some form or another.
Yeah, Sean, this is Tammy, and I think you covered it very well. We have made strides to streamline the phone tree menu system, so phone calls do get routed to the correct area. I know we had internal communications about, legal calls and who needs to be directed, flows along those lines, as well as retired payroll. So yes, I agree with what you said, and I think we have made huge strides in that area. Thank you.
And I really appreciate that, that explanation, because, even like for me, it makes perfect sense. And I guess my only other thing that when I read it was the part that says, the staff members said they sometimes don't have time to use the bathroom during the busiest time of the year. I hope the board doesn't look only at admin costs when thinking about how many staff members it takes to manage the workload. And, I totally get that too, but I hope that that we would highly support increasing staff if that was the case. I would never want someone, and I'm speaking for myself here, but I would never want someone to not be able to use the bathroom.
My answer to that would be, stop what you're doing and go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Right, that's never been an expectation.
No, I know. And I do believe that. I know how that, I also know how, working with staff members that feel like they're overwhelmed and they don't know how to manage their time. I'm not putting anybody down. You just feel so overwhelmed, I have to get this done, and especially when you're professional, so if there's ever a time when we feel we need to increase staff, I think we've I want us to be very supportive of that,
I think it's
in my
hard too,
opinion.
when things are seasonal like that, it makes it really hard, because do you fully staff up with a little cushion during the busiest time, and then you've got people sitting idle in the times when it's not so busy. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
The cross-training thing, I didn't realize, I guess, to this degree that there were kind of compartments. But knowing as many statutes as I know there are, you wouldn't really have somebody who is a jack of all trades that is excellent at every one of those things. And it doesn't really make sense to try and make them do that, so that helps, that does make more sense.
Me too.
I'd really like enough, at least within those departments for sure, for anybody to be able to cover for somebody who's gone. Makes it easier for everybody in the long run.
I agree with Sean and Tammy entirely. We added another benefit specialist several years back, specifically to take those, partly specifically to take those phone answering responsibilities and that away from the front desk. I mean, it just is a business that necessitates some siloing of question answering responsibilities, and that's all there is to it, so.
Definitely working
Yeah, I think you have to look at the management of the system and make common sense decisions. The one thing that I thought of when I was reading through the cross-sectional kinds of things was just relating to the realities of the new pension system and having documentation for those people when they hire a new person, that they're able to educate them and give them that. And we're working on that too.
Okay, and then the final survey I want to take some time to look at and discuss is our affiliate organizational survey. And again, you had a summary of that in your primer, but this is the raw data, so I just want to give everybody a minute to look through that and kind of absorb that, and just take a look there. You know, some of the same themes and concerns, I think educating legislators, system solvency is obviously a priority. Educating members, stability, stable defined benefit, retirement. We saw, please, at the bottom of page 1, please seek flexibility to allow member benefits to flow and help to resolve the challenge of recruitment and retention of quality educators in Montana, which kind of relates to that workforce issue we just talked about. One of our partners saw HJ through 8 as a potential threat, so that's something we want to keep on our radar. Solvency again. And I think, you know, the bottom of page 2 is just some more good information about, or suggestions about additional system flexibility that we want to take into consideration.
I got a comment on that though. I mean, if they're prefacing this to say this is about recruiting and retaining to allow you to retire, collect your retirement, and keep working so somebody else doesn't get that job, that doesn't make sense. You know, you're not recruiting or retaining anybody by allowing them to retire, collect their pension,
And go back to their
and go
job.
back to work, which isn't how the system is developed, and it's not how it's really funded. And that, it makes no sense.
Well, I think
So the answer to this recruitment and retention for places that can't get staff isn't this. It's to do with working conditions, pay, I mean, all kinds of other things that are totally out of our control.
Right.
And
So I guess this is just annoying to me that that's the theme of one of those.
And I feel like we need to remember to communicate the fact that this is an IRS requirement for us. You know, we have to, you know, maintain this time of actual retirement for us to be able to continue being sound with the IRS. You know, it's not that we're trying to impede them from hiring people. We're trying to keep our system sound that's my thought about it too.
I'm not necessarily opposed to some sort of stair-step form of retirement at all. I do think, though, that the discussion needs to be more inclusive of changes that need to happen in our educational structure. You know, I just got done with a conversation yesterday with our superintendent who's explaining what's going on in area districts around us. We have small schools all around Lewiston, all of them looking for superintendents or higher. And 2 or 3 of them, I can't find anybody. And in one scenario, we've got a co-op of 3 different schools. One school's got a superintendent, the other 2 don't. And they're able to support themselves in terms of providing athletic teams, but they don't support themselves in terms of staff. There are some obvious sharing of whether it's administration, whether it's in particular the non-certified kinds of duties. Somehow the environment needs to change in the local area to allow sharing of resources. One of the things that we do in Lewistown that I think is a model around the state, and should be a model around the state, we're in a part of the world that has very few technology-related experts. Our school district provides a technology service that we co-op to 10 other schools, 10 other high schools, probably 17 when you count all of the other schools. And they provide technology services to schools that just literally would not have them at all. The same kind of things can be done with payroll, the same kinds of things can be done with personnel, there are all kinds of ways that schools can work together and try to solve those problems, but we're more focused on, geez, let's make sure we get that superintendent that we want. And so we have to be able to bring them back from retirement when they aren't retired already. And I agree entirely with what Jeff said.
Those are legislative changes.
And
I agree with you.
if we can find a way to stair-step people into stuff, if we can find a way for people to share, we've got one superintendent that's at Roy and another superintendent that's Geyser. It's about 100 miles apart, the 2 schools. But they're able to find some ways to share staff. So
What do you mean by stair-step? Partial retirement?
partial retirements. You know, if I was an attorney, maybe I only work 60% of the time. And I just
Part of your retirement.
so part of my retirement might be. But you still have to do the things that the system was built to do. You know, I get so frustrated when I talk to legislators about the bills that come from Malta relating to trying to get somebody to literally have no penalty whatsoever to come back to work. And they don't want it to be 30 years, they want it to be 25 years, and they want it to be, I just get so frustrated with that. There needs to be some help for those districts, but it needs to be an effort on everybody's part. It's not just a retirement problem.
Excellent.
So just maybe to throw out Scott's notion of stair-step retirement, it's not prohibited by the IRS. They actually do allow phased retirement programs, but somebody has to be normal retirement age, which under the IRS rules is at least 62 years of age. And of course, you have to have a phased retirement program. Our statutes don't allow that right now. They would have to be modified. So it's not something that is impossible to do, but of course there's also a cost attached to it as well. What more do you pay in retirement benefits if you let somebody retire early and continue working with no penalty essentially? So, I mean, it's not, just so you know, it could be done. It's just not something we've.
And in some respects, it could end up being less flexible than what they currently have. Because currently, if you can retire with no penalty as a Tier 1 member with 25 years of service, you may only be 50, 51 years old and be able to work for 1/3 of your AFC, for 10 years.
That's part of the whole discussion, because that's not normal retirement age.
It's not.
And if you can build that part into your system and fix that problem, obviously I'm not talking about something that's simple at all. And nobody else has got this stuff figured out.
Oh, yeah.
But it's why a lot of systems go to some sort of drop program of some sort that they can live with, because that's really what it comes down to. And hope that somebody can pay for it, or somebody can pay the retirees' benefits.
And the people wanting this flexibility need to understand everything has cost.
Well,
And it shouldn't cost every other retiree in the state.
That's
Yep,
what falls
exactly.
back on our funding policy. If we make changes, it's gotta come with the money to pay for it. And so you want flexibility? Pay for it.
Yeah, and my own personal bias would be those districts that would be using that particular flexibility are the ones that need to pay that cost.
Yeah. And that would
Fully,
be so.
not spread it out to everybody.
That's
Well, and
repetitive.
then not have their employees come back to us and want to count some benefit that they're
Right.
getting outside of the system as part of their salary.
I like the way we have it right now, sorry.
Well, and, under 732, which is you can come back to work and receive full benefits, full salary, they do pay the full cost. I mean, it's a matter of, can you really say that person would not have retired at all if this wasn't available? And most of the time, you can't, because they were retired for more than a year or two before they came back under that. In some cases, I think you could argue that. So 732 is not, 732 in some ways is just from financially, we get full board, employer, employee, and state contributions remitted to TRS. And they're not artificially holding the salaries down versus your regular 1/3 earnings retirees. All we get is that employer contribution. We don't get any member contribution. And I think a lot of times they are artificially holding those salaries down to stay under their 1/3 earnings limit.
And sadly,
payroll, right?
I've seen
Well, there's no
individual
question.
contracts that say maximum 1/3 earning is your salary,
Right.
which violates all the collective bargaining laws, but anyway.
Yeah, and for
They
the
still do it.
system as a whole, payroll growth is an important
Huge
component. So I just point that out, and I can tell you just from talking to legislators and superintendents, they, in rural parts of the state, they really feel like they don't have any viable options. And, Scott pointed out a few examples where there's districts that can't find anyone. And I'm not saying I know what the answer is. I think that we do need to be at least open to looking at some things. And the 150-day break is an IRS requirement. The problem is it's not spelled out by the IRS. They haven't said whether 30 days is sufficient or 60 days is sufficient or 90 days is sufficient. And there are people that know that, and they will press you on that issue. And for us right now, it's state law. And it's suitable to the profession that we're a retirement system for, because 3 months is your summer break. You may not have any break in service. So just things to think about.
And that, when we get to setting goals and objectives, we'll want to have a conversation. Do we want to direct staff to spend some time looking into some of those things and bringing information or proposals back? So that'll be an important part of the discussion.
Would that be something we would do? Doesn't it usually come from the other side? We wouldn't come out and make proposals to try to.
No, we actually about 15 years ago had a large, a couple members of the board and a couple members of the staff that really delved into this whole discussion and came up with some ideas and thoughts about what we might go to the legislature with, what would we support, how would we support, how is it working everywhere else. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, especially at the staff side, because they're the ones that we typically make all the connections and the things that happen. But in this environment, some of those efforts, if we can tone them down a little bit and focus on a specific type of option or something like that, we might find something that's good for them.
It's good to be on offense.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it over the times, we've tried lots of different things, it's not like it's not been done. We've had these discussions so many times.
Having the knowledge that comes with that really is beneficial when you get in front of a legislative group, or there's people throwing all these wonderful ideas, or all these solutions to your problems. When you've already looked at a lot of that stuff, it makes a huge difference.
And with respect to like phased retirement, that really is the issue. The prospect that it will come, the recommendation will come from somebody else with a little bit of knowledge about what the IRS, that they allow it, but not the knowledge about what the requirements are attached to it and what that means. So sometimes, being prepared to respond is the.
We just saw some figures from Jim about the number of people that have not come back to the workforce. Guess what? Those a lot, in the education world, those are retired teachers that if something were to change over the course of the next 3 or 4 years, they'd be back.
Well, I wasn't gonna go back, we have to teach online again for another year. I was gonna retire. I had 25 years, I was 48 years old, I was gonna go work at the hospital. I wasn't gonna come back, and that would hurt, those kinds of things are real.
So in 2020, retirements were down a little bit versus 2019 and 2018. Not much, real comparable. 2021 is actually even lower yet. It's not like we got this mass exodus that everyone sort of thought we would. That's surprising.
Yeah, that sort of flies in the face of what you just put up there.
So it must be all the other.
Well, but these were,
wasn't
these are
educated, that
people
was
stayed
their-
active.
Yeah.
They remained active, they didn't retire.
In uncertain economic times,
I think so.
for
Especially teachers.
teachers in particular to just kind of.
Yeah, and I think the trend was, and that aligns with what Sean was saying, is this was happening even before COVID, so I guess one of the things I gleaned from this report is that, the workforce shortage wasn't all COVID, like some of this may have happened anyway, whether or not we had COVID, and I think Sean's data on retirements really aligns with that, because you see things kind of peaking up in 18 and 19, and it really did dip in 2020. This, like you mentioned, this is overall workforce, not just teachers, but it does look like it's starting to pick up again.
But if you look at the pie chart where they ask people why they're not in the workforce anymore, that's where it seems like it doesn't quite.
And sometimes we forget that we're talking about somebody that's 48 that could retire. That next 10 years of working in education could or couldn't come through. I mean, they're all eligible to retire.
Right. And
It's different when you're 60 or 65.
yeah. One other thing that happens in TRS universe is, and it's district by district, but districts will occasionally really sweeten the pot with a really generous retirement incentive. Helena did that a few years ago, and we saw a bunch go out of Helena. I don't know that there were a lot of really sweet, because I think everybody's just trying to hold everything together in the last 2 years. I think that the really generous retirement incentives have not been, they're still offering some, but they're not above and beyond trying to get people off their books, because I think they really are trying to just keep things held together through COVID as well. So, that could be part of it too.
Right. And then just looking on page 5 of the affiliate survey, we did give our partners a chance to comment on the current goals, and it looked like our affiliates are all happy with the current goals, and which aligns, I think, with what we'll talk about in the next phase, is revisiting those goals and the objectives. But like I said earlier, it's not unusual for the goal to stay the same, but what we're going to do to achieve that goal to change from period to period. So I thought that feedback was very helpful there. And then the final question we asked the affiliates was the same question about the investment in the information technology. It looked like everybody was pretty evenly split there, 4 people, with 4 different opinions. So that's kind of interesting. Where people are at, and I think just the more informed people are about the costs of system enhancements, the more leery they may be. But I think that's balanced with the fact that there's some pretty high expectations, I think, and increasingly high expectations of what we do online. So before we move off the affiliate survey, since we've got Sarah here this morning, I just wanted to give her a chance if there's anything you wanted to add or say on behalf of MFPE.
Sure, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to say that our members really, really appreciate the work that TRS does to keep the system solvent, stable, and maintaining good health. I know that you probably don't hear from them a bunch, and from responses to how many people get on my TRS and things like that, it can look really like they're not paying attention, but our internal surveys consistently show it's one of the key things that they're paying attention to over and over again. So even though you might not hear a lot of the feedback all the time, like you might, in other areas you see a lot more of like outward anger or involvement or something, they really are paying very careful attention to their retirement, and it's very valuable in terms of exactly what you guys are discussing, recruitment and retention. With that said, we also feel strongly that people should be able to retire, that we shouldn't be, as a society, relying on somebody who wants to retire to come back and do more work. And so while I understand there's a recruitment retention concern, I would say that is, as you guys all were just discussing, not necessarily something that the retirement system is the solution for. People should be able to retire in a secure and dignified way and do other things after they retire, then go back to their job. And if they choose to go back to their job because they really love it, that's wonderful. They can already do that, and they can get vested again even if they want to. I mean, there's opportunities there that perhaps we just need to do a better job as our side, as yours. I don't know who exactly would make that more clear, that there are pathways there if you choose to retire and want to keep working. But not putting so much pressure on people to feel like there's an expectation somehow that you retire in a phased way and then you keep working because your district is desperate and you want to support your friends and colleagues that you've worked with for so long. Like that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody that they have to stay in that role. I think that there's other pathways there of recruiting new people into the field that's really important, and that we be very supportive of, as opposed to trying to dangle like the promise of retirement someday in the farther distant future as an option there. The other thing I'd also add with that,
Just one more year.
right, just please come back another year. And I mean, that's, especially in a small district, that's a real pressure. I mean, you're not just dealing with, an administrator you don't know and some strangers up at headquarters that you don't really interact with. Like, these are your friends, your neighbors, your kid's soccer coach. I mean, and when they're asking you like, hey, would you come back for another year? I hear from members all the time that they feel very pressured to say yes to that, and I don't think that we should encourage that further, as opposed to looking elsewhere for solutions to what is a very real problem. The only other thing I would add is anything that we can do to help get the word out about the value of getting on my TRS early. We're happy, we pushed out this survey to a lot of members to try to encourage that. If there's communications, we'd love to partner with that to try to make sure that that our members are aware of what you get as TRS need them to be aware of. That's a really important piece of this, is that if there's help that we can do there to increase awareness, please let us know. That's something that's certainly a partnership we'd like to keep going. So.
And I really do believe that's going to be key, because the vast majority of our members are their members. And so we need to remember that not everyone is a member of the union, but most are, so, especially in this state.
Excellent. All right, Sarah, thank you very much.
Jim, I would say one other thing that came, at least when I was reading through the affiliate information, it was real obvious to me that our mission and our vision are right on point. Because that's what they're speaking to. Obviously they don't necessarily agree on the last question, but, and there might be some goals and objectives that they look at differently. But in terms of the overall part, we need to continue to focus on the overall part.
Yeah, and I think that's really a really important observation too, because we do want our mission and vision to be reflective of member interests and needs, and there's quite a bit of alignment there. unfortunately not generally the case, so that's great.
And one last thing on that last question too that hits me is that I don't know that they understand that even with all of the enhancements we've done to the system, we're still less than 1.5% of our overall budget. It's not like we're overspending. And I do think that a lot of people with taxation issues, we can't afford anything else. But we're not overburdening what we pay, you know, and how we support our system by doing these enhancements, at least the way I understand it.
And those four organizations have fairly different
Yeah.
policies. So it's not surprising they might look at it differently, but still support the main deal.
Yeah, that's really great. So as far as our next couple steps here, I think what I'll do is the TRS leadership suggestions, I may move that until after we do the environmental assessment, just simply because I think based on this conversation, I think a lot of the staff suggestions are probably going to translate into goals. So I'd maybe like to have that phase of the conversation right before we jump into the goals. I think it might just flow a little bit better based on this morning. So we have a break scheduled. I think what we'll do is take a break, and then when we come back, we will update the operational environmental assessment. I think that should go fairly smoothly. Then we'll go through the objectives that staff are suggesting for your consideration, and then get into the actual goal setting. We'll probably wrap up the goal setting after lunch. So I think, do we have a 15-minute break scheduled, John, is that right?
We do.
Okay.
And I think we should probably just double check and make sure. I know we have Dan and Tammy on the audio line. We should probably make sure there's not other public comment on the audio line before we break.
Does anyone have any public comment that is on our audio line?
Okay.
All right, seeing none, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll resume at 10:15. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. And we're going to skip ahead from the TRS leadership suggestions to the updated operational environment assessment.
Thank you, Chair Pfeiffer. So we want to look on your primer. Let me see what page we're on here now. 18. Okay. And we're going to jump into the operational environmental assessment. A couple things that are a little different this time is like I mentioned at the outset, I want to just put a little more positive focus on kind of this assessment. So one of the new models is SCOC instead of SWOT, SWOT. And basically, we're looking at the same factors, but basically we're looking at internal challenges rather than considering them weaknesses, because I think you know, we've really addressed issues I'd consider weaknesses, and it's basically just continuing to develop and grow. And I think looking at them with a little bit more positive mindset, I think, is appropriate. And the same thing with the threats. I recharacterize those as external challenges. And this was based on some literature I read kind of preparing for the session, so I put a few references there if anyone's interested in the footnote about what we're doing. But I think, you know, what are we already doing well will be the strengths. You know, how can we, and then challenges, how can we apply our strengths to address some of the current challenges that we've been identified? And with our opportunities, what are the external opportunities? And then how can we approach external challenges with a positive mindset and prepare around it and do things there? And it's even like all the different retirement options, even if we don't want to study those for the purpose of pursuing them ourselves, we may want to study them in order to be prepared if people are making decisions about the system and making sure we can adequately inform them. So I think that's a great way to look at, instead of characterizing that as a threat, it's like this is something that could be happening, how are we going to approach that positively and proactively address it. So really it's just kind of switching gears to maintain an open, curious, and creative mindset, and really figure out how we can leverage our strengths and opportunities to address these challenges. So that's really the big difference of the approach we're gonna take. And 2 documents I'd like you to have at hand as we go through this phase would be the affiliate organization survey and the board survey that we just looked at, because some of those areas have articulated some of the opportunities and threats and weaknesses under the old SWOT, so we'll just translate that to the new SCOC format. And then one of the other things I wanted to talk about, like I mentioned at the outset, is we are going to publish a strategic planning summary for public consumption. So if there's any of these existing strengths, challenges, opportunities, challenges that you still like, but maybe want to improve how it's worded or whatever, so it better represents our thoughts, that's open game too. And there may be some things that aren't really an issue anymore that we want to delete or pull off. So what I'd like to do at this phase is review the data we had in there from last time, update that, delete anything, reword anything, or add any additional areas or developments we've had. You know, some of the new functionality with M-Trust and some of the systems we've got stood up now that we didn't have in the past. I think would be some additional strengths maybe that we did not previously have on our assessment. So with that, I'd like to start with internal strengths. And these, like I said, are the qualities that enable TRS to address issues and opportunities in a determined and effective way. And we can just kind of review the list there. I want to see if anybody has any comments on any of that. If you want to make any edits, either for content or just for how it's presented, that's open game too. So let's just take a minute and review the existing bulleted items in the.
Do we have this? I'm missing.
What document is that off?
And I can look at it up here, I don't have it.
Okay. It may not be in your primer. I think this is on, will just be on the screen.
Okay, that's perfect.
Are you logged into the Teams meeting on your laptop?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so we would need to share your screen for Dan and Tammy.
Okay.
Or if you want, if you send it to me, I can share my screen.
Okay.
Discussion we've already had, we need to edit number 3 there a little bit.
Okay.
We were just thinking if we even place somewhere in there, either at the beginning or cross-training within specific departments or where applicable, and I don't even know if we want to say that. Does that make sense, John?
I'm sorry.
Cross-training part, sorry, within specific, because it used to just say cross-training and people pitch in for each other, jobs are interrelated.
Yeah.
But we just added that part.
Yeah, I think that does make sense.
Okay.
Still waiting for that to get here. It's gonna take a minute.
Okay.
When John sent that last time, it took about 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. I should have done that. So,
Steep technology a little slow today. Yeah, I don't know if it's because I'm on the guest network or what.
They're actually on the secure state network. If you're running your VM.
but it scans.
Is Dan.Chamberlain, BRLIN, Securities America. .com.
It's helpful after I type the whole thing in.
Then it pops
Oh,
up.
yeah, oh, yeah. We've seen that.
Seen that one before. When you get the .com.
Yeah, autofill works.
It's
really
totally
well.
different. .com.
I still don't have.
Well, at least it's not type of thing.
I'm pretty good at flying.
Dan and Tammy, did you get an email?
No, I did not,
Okay,
not yet.
all right. We're having slow,
Let us know when you get it.
shows us, yeah. Shows us he sent it, but nobody's getting it.
Just got it.
Okay,
Great.
that's the internal strengths. The bullet points are what we're looking at.
So we're on page 4 of the document I just sent you then.
Okay.
I haven't received it yet, just so you know.
Okay.
She's in the state network too, isn't she?
The state's got to check always for spams.
Distribution of the aid. It takes time.
But those of you that have already applied might be.
Maybe. Couple more months.
Yeah, so Tammy's probably on the same time frame you are, I guess.
It's just silly how long it takes to do it.
So maybe board members, we can just move through some of these and then we can circle back when Tammy gets it in front of her and see if we've got any additional edits or changes, but I think all the board members should have it in front of them right now. So staffing and staff longevity, the ability to increase staffing is required. Carrie talked about that at the beginning. Cross-training clarified within specific departments. Loyalty, integrity of the staff and board. Leadership,
That's a little dated there.
yeah, that's probably a
About
artifact.
8 years old.
However, you know, if it ever does come up again, you know, Tammy, we've got people that are not, Tammy, are you ever thinking about, you know, when if we lose her, that's a huge thing.
Yeah. So maybe a succession plan.
I'm sorry,
Succession
I didn't
plan.
quite hear what you said.
Oh, we were just talking about the smooth transition of leadership, and we were saying, we thought it maybe was antiquated, but I said, not necessarily. I mean, when we start thinking about retirement, we have to be planning for it, and I said, Tammy, how about you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah, no, I, at this point, have no plans.
Good, okay. Denise? Good, okay, good.
Okay,
You're not like me, just waiting for the right moment.
so maybe we can pull that off for now.
Yeah.
Okay. And we do have succession
Sean, I
plan.
can see your doc now.
Okay, yeah, I went out to our website and just opened up the one that's out there. So you're on leadership right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Board makeup, longevity, members on the board, delinquent staff.
I was just gonna ask about that too. I mean, Sean, do they take your recommendations for board members about, or is it just completely in their own hands, or?
Well, ultimately, the appointment is up to the governor. I mean, I did send a letter of recommendation for Jeff's reappointment, and I've done that with all of our previous board members if they're wanting to be reappointed. I think they take it into consideration, but it's ultimately the
Their
governor's appointment. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, if anybody has any wordsmithing or anything, jump in. Communication. Across the board is excellent and improved. I don't know if we need to say an improved or if that's stated as well.
You could probably just say across the board is excellent.
Yep. Yeah. Quality training for board members. Some of that may suffer
That
with
includes
COVID.
staff and communication.
Okay, TRS 101, we still consider that a strength? Okay, interesting and challenging work. Transition to the new facility,
Do we need that?
that's probably a little dated.
At this point.
We don't plan on moving again, John?
Not anytime soon.
Okay. Information systems. Do we like what that says there, or do we want to add anything about the information systems? Great. Disaster recovery, IT replacement support plan. We've listed the defined benefit as a strength.
In the recovery, is there still a data center? Did we eliminate that?
No, there's a state data center,
No.
and then there's redundancy and.
Must be on the DOI that I'm thinking of that, because they described theirs as this little room.
Oh, that was probably their internal.
Right,
Their
yeah.
hot spot or
Yeah, and
whatever.
now they're likely hosting it.
Cross memory.
Okay.
At some point in the future, it may be that the state data center is used for something else because
Mhm.
more and more stuff is going to the cloud, so.
Defined benefit, qualified plan, tier 1 and tier 2 retirement systems is listed as a strength. Does that still hold? Okay. We've got our external resources. We've got a constituency that could be activated. You like how that's articulated?
Yeah, if something comes up, they have certainly responded in the past.
Yeah. And these next two bullets are pretty comparable. I don't know if we want to try to collapse those, but we've got, you know, committed and valuable external partners and our stakeholders. That's probably okay to have them
I think so.
broken out. Joint issue discussions with other boards, so it's something we still do and consider a strength.
Yeah, I mean, with BOI to some degree, we haven't met jointly, but it has happened. It just hasn't happened for a while.
Just the fact that we're in this building.
Yeah.
Allows us to do some things. we
Well, and
don't
you
even
work
think
with
of this.
Dory and,
And Dan, yeah.
and
Yeah, a lot.
Excellent. And a few additional internal strengths, support of the legislature over the years, and then the Board of Investments. This rate of returns changed, do we want to update that?
Yeah, it's about, is it the inception date now, 8.1, 8.15? Yeah, they go 8.1, I think.
Okay. So just looking at your own thoughts, looking at the surveys, is there anything we'd like to add as far as strengths?
I think the ability that the staff and management showed to adapt during COVID and continue to run everything is a strength.
Excellent.
I also think we don't mention it much, but having just gone through a workshop with NCTR, some of our national partners and similar sized system partners are a real benefit as well. A lot of integration with various different groups of entities. NERS. Also.
Okay. So that's something we certainly want to continue and keep prominent.
Nazareth.
Looks like most of the other, I'm just looking at the staff survey, looks like we've covered most of those. So any other thoughts on internal strengths we should add, or any other language changes anyone wants to make about the strengths we'll include in our final summary? All right.
We speak to customer service.
No. That's a great. Yeah. And I noticed in the staff survey, right on the first page, very high level of service, our greatest strength, prompt when informing members of changes. Okay.
Certainly our staff is one of the strengths.
Great. Even when people are answer shy. So let's look at some of the internal challenges now. Again, formerly weaknesses, but I want to go back through the list if there's anything that we want to change, delete, reword. We'll add some new ones. But in the longevity, we cited as a strength, but it's also a challenge because people, especially some of our real key people, could retire. I think the education, I think that's certainly something we heard from Darla and Sarah both. We could use some more education. I think that's always going to be an issue. Benefits and programs undervalued by legislators, members, and taxpayers. And I think some of the data you have on the website's great that shows the positive economic impact of retirement on the state. How about this, confusion as to the mission of TRS among members? Is that a dated issue? Have we addressed that, or do we still see that as something we need to work on?
I don't really understand what that means, the faces aren't familiar.
Right.
I think we can speak to the ongoing challenge of sharing our mission. That's a number of confusion.
It's pretty clear. Whether they understand or even 50% don't look at it.
Yeah. And that's almost even.
Hey, guys, this is Dan. Hello.
Yep, go ahead.
Dan.
Gotcha.
Sorry, chiming in. Okay. In the middle there, it says members may not engage and take advantage of opportunities to educate themselves about the system. The other day I was getting my haircut, and there was a young lady waiting for a haircut as well. We struck up the conversation. She was a special ed teacher at the Whitefish grade school. And she's been there, I think, going into her second year now this fall. And I asked her what she thought about the retirement system, and she was even unaware that she had one. And I'm wondering about the wording there, because it seems like that wording is putting the entire onus upon the members themselves. And what I perceive as a potential weakness is our inability as a system to be more proactive about getting the school districts to have information or engagement with new teachers so that they have a better educational process from the start. So I'm not sure how to word that or if it's included somewhere else, but that seems to be a concern of mine and a potential weakness.
Dan, it makes me laugh because, there's a big percentage of their pay that comes out every month, and I think you'd question that. However, when I was a board chair, I went a year and a half without getting teachers' retirement taken out of my paycheck, so I can't blame them. Sometimes you just don't look at your pay.
So I think that's a great point. If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind asking Tammy to explain our new member process that we currently utilize. And it's fairly new. We rolled this out in the last 12 months, but I think not to say that still shouldn't be included here. It alleviates some of what you're talking about, Dan. So Tammy, do you want to explain what our new member process looks like?
Sure. On a monthly basis, it's part of the month-end processing that occurs. It's programmed in the system. It automatically occurs on the last business day the last day of every month at 12 a.m. or something like that. Now, I may be wrong on the time, and John certainly can correct me on that, but it's a process that runs, and each individual that we get a new member letter if they are being reported for the first time in the system. It was a letter that I know Darla spent a huge amount of time putting together the appropriate information that we should be providing to our members, and also the information about creating a My TRS account. So those letters get mailed out automatically each response to those individuals that are first reported to TRS. And Darla, please add Lib if you have anything else to say about that process as well. You had a huge part in crafting the correspondence that's going to those new members.
That's about it.
Are these letters mailed to their home addresses?
Yeah, that was reported to us by the employer.
Um, Yeah, correct.
It used to be really hit and miss based on receipt of paperwork. And Nolan knows more about that end because the staff handling, but
There is a new member handout for all employers to hand out to.
Whether that gets
Yeah,
done
whether
outside
that
of
actually gets
control.
handed, but,
Yeah.
you know, they have access to that, and there's like a step-by-step process for the employers to present the information to the employee, new employee, whether that, you know, we have no control over whether that part of it happens, but like Tammy mentioned, there's definitely a process for sending those new members letters, and then hopefully they sign up for my TRS and designate their beneficiaries online.
Right.
And
And
I-
if that school district is smart in their quote recruiting of teachers, they will certainly be talking about it and giving the information out, but
we
they
can
don't
do more to
always do
collaborate
that.
on that too.
In my school district, I know that they do that on the very first day with the brand new teachers, and they go through everything, the district does. And then in the next year, because I have the second year teachers, we talk about it again, and some of them do act like they've never heard of it before. And I know it's like you're a brand new teacher and you are overwhelmed. So I don't know that we can do much more, but we can always try. We can always try. Social media, anything like that, so. That's probably what we need to
Some sort
do.
of pilot or model.
Let's do a,
program.
what's that, TikTok? Let's do a
Oh,
TikTok,
there you
then
go.
we will have it.
I can
Sean
tell
is
you
gonna
more
dance.
No, that's the Snapchat part.
All right, so I did add, even though the
I
new
would
member,
just add one,
go ahead, Tammy.
I'm sorry. I was gonna add one other thing on the member process. And that the new member process is automated, it replaces the manual process, and no one definitely replaces this. Because we're doing it in the past, it was a manual process that, although it was not received and sent out to that individual until we received the membership form or and the designation form from the individual. Now the letters are cleared by them before. It's tries to encourage them to go out and get online beneficiary designation to the portal, which is your my TRS portal. So, and I know we still have to fulfill that, because they require the two. The employer sending in a form 102 and a 123, which 102 is our old membership form, and 123 is our beneficiary designation form. However, they will still do the forms for any designations, but the membership forms will be no longer used. And so that's a training for employers, unfortunately. We're trying to communicate information out there, but it's still occurring in terms of this.
Okay.
So I added the new member process to the strengths, even though it's kind of part and parcel of the automated system. I think it's kind of important enough for significant enough, so I listed it. And then, Dan, what I did on the members may not engage comment is I just changed that along the lines of what Carrie said, to a limited ability to get the school districts to engage with teachers and educate them about the system from the start of their career. That,
I would keep that sentence and have it follow the one you had.
okay? Keep this sentence,
Yeah.
but just move it.
Yeah, we saw that in the member survey, that people said, I need to know where I can get information. We have copious amounts of it, but it's just a matter of packaging it
Yeah.
in the right way.
And they do get so much information, and all they are thinking about is setting up their classroom and how cute their room is gonna look. That is just the way it is.
Yep. Okay. Next one we had was active and inactive members having differing communication needs. Lack of training for school grounds around the state. School boards may be complicit in creating some of the problems the system's experiencing, and some boards may not feel like they're partners. Do we see that still as an issue? Investments. Again, I don't know if that's an internal weakness, but it's
true.
Definitely
That's
still a
true.
challenge.
And the communication of it.
So do we want to add something to it, Scott, about?
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of how important our members, how important it is to the system needs to be communicated to our members.
What would you foresee?
You know what? I think a lot of the discussion in my TRS, or the TRS 101, some of the videos that I've put out there about how the whole process works, just, I think they do a pretty good job of touching base on some of that. Sometimes I think we just assume because we're not the DOI that we don't have to tell people how they make their money. And we kind of do. We should be talking about the fact that we're now at 8.1% since inception.
It's a double-edged sword, because
Absolutely.
if you run through some rough times, you don't want to panicking the streets either.
We need to understand that a lot of the revenue that will eventually pay their benefits comes from investments. And
Yeah.
there's risk in investments.
Yeah.
Those kinds of decisions.
Financial planning discussions
Yeah.
that you would normally have.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd probably leave that percentage out too.
So maybe the discussion needs to be geared towards the financial planning as well. So
And we typically put a segment in our winter newsletter following evaluation. I mean, it speaks
yeah.
almost always to what our latest return, but we can look at your own more.
You know, unfortunately, no matter how much you do, a certain percentage of individuals, that doesn't mean much to them. They don't really care about it. They just think, hey, when I retire, it's gonna be there. And, let's hope so. But they don't think of it in any other way, no matter how you write it.
Yeah, you can't solve that problem.
No.
That teacher that's got too many kids in their classroom, too much work at night, raising 4 kids, trying to get everything afloat. I don't have time for that. You guys are supposed to make sure it works.
Well, I think some people just don't have the affinity for that kind of information, so they don't even try. You see that in students when you're in high school, in specific things.
Absolutely.
I'm sure even in your business, you have people who just do it for me. Don't call me, don't ask me, just do it.
Sure. Well, and there's something to be said for that. I mean, they have absolutely no control over that. They can't do anything different. They can't add more. They can't change the allocations. They can't do a thing. And I think their benefits are guaranteed by statute anyway. So I guess I don't know how much detail we want to go into on the investment return. We obviously talk about that's how this system works, but maybe not to instill fear that, oh gosh, I'm going to lose my pension if the market's go down.
That's a valuable.
And I do think what you did this year too was really helpful in just communicating more with.
In collaboration with you.
Yeah.
It's always good to get information out there about the 401s and other government-backed checkoffs from your paycheck for other savings. And I know we do some of that. Maybe MFPE can do a little bit more that way too. Just
I mean, when we talk about pension plans like these that are guaranteed to our clients, we always say, you're not taking any market risk there, we're taking it over here. That's guaranteed. So I guess I want the folks receiving this to think about it in that way too, maybe.
I
So
am
maybe
beefing up
the
the
bullet
101 a
needs to
little
be,
bit.
maybe the bullet needs to be more related to the need for members to understand their pension and how it relates to the financial plan
that's really.
And I think that's pointed out a little bit in some of the survey responses. A number of people commented on being able to take money out of the system if they need it, and that, I mean, that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of a pension plan.
It's not a 401k.
But it certainly ties in as well to, you can't take the money out because it's burning for the system.
Well, and it includes everything. I mean, it includes that third leg, it includes social security, it includes the bigger picture too. What do you need to do to retire? It's not just your pension.
The other side of that guarantee, with the external challenge, would be it's guaranteed till it's not. Legislature.
Yeah,
true.
That is true.
And if
So it's
we are
guaranteed, but only as long as they say it is.
contract law state, we would have.
Right, I mean,
we
you
would
could
have
court and all
court
kinds of
forever,
things
but
going on, but still, you
regardless.
never know.
So, I mean, don't you think those are two separate things?
Yes.
I mean, investments and the volatility of the market is always going to be a challenge, no
Yes.
matter what. I think it should remain on here. I think the communicating.
Isn't that external? Are we on external?
This is
No,
just- we're on
internal, but we are gonna
internal, we're
move that
move
to
it.
external. I'll move that to external now.
And internally, there's the need for, and I agree that they are kind of separated.
So what I'll do is I'm just gonna take this out of this section. I'll move it down to the external. Okay, so picking back up with our internal challenges. Legislative, administrative, executive support are not within our control.
That's external too?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Do we want to move these down to external?
Is your split internal versus external?
Yes.
Now, yeah.
Websites.
This
We can
one's
get rid of
come
that
off,
one.
yay, okay, get rid of that. We want to take this off, I know we've taken this off the discussion table, the 5 minute, oh, definitely, or do you want to keep that on there?
I think we discussed that one in depth last time.
Yeah.
So we might revisit it unless the board's changed their mind.
Any additional internal challenges?
Bathroom breaks. I'm kidding.
Well, what kind of challenges did we come out of COVID knowing that we need to plan for?
Yeah, like, what about working from home partially, or any of that? Is that a challenge? Is that a?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely is and can be. So some of the things we had to borrow some laptops from Para. I think we've got to the point where those have all been replaced with TRS owned devices.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them. Clearly, we had to all sort of get up to speed on meeting virtually, and just like the rest of the country, we did that, I think, successfully. Some challenges that we have ahead of us is I don't think the governor's all that far away from requiring everyone to be back in the office, and there were challenges going out, working virtually, and there are challenges coming back. And we've taken sort of a staggered or staged approach to that, ourselves at TRS, and then the governor has been rolling out that as well. He did 50%, and I understand he's going to do 100% here sometime in the next month or two. Yeah, I think September. So, I mean, there are challenges both ways, I guess.
Yeah.
Not any
in particular?
What's that?
Anything in particular specific?
I don't think anything has risen to a level where we weren't able to provide any of the services we needed to provide or run the processes we needed to run.
That kind of meant technology or space to separate people just to come back to work.
Well, I mean, we're lucky in some respects. Everyone that works at TRS has their own office. Now, that may not always be the case. Several of the offices on that side of the building are large enough to put at least three people in. But currently, we don't have that issue.
From a technology standpoint, it changed our just concept of providing technology services, and that was to be prepared. I've changed my budgeting to reflect the fact that I'm not buying physical hardware for this building anymore. I'm buying physical hardware that can be mobile with this anticipation of having to do this again. But I don't know that was so much of as seen as a challenge. It's just a shift in concept of what it means to have a workforce here. It's changed because of the pandemic. So I've replaced our purchase of physical desktop hardware with laptops and docking stations so that every one of TRS employees can be mobile when they need to be. And that was a shift.
Sounds like it was a challenge, but you pretty much overcome.
Yeah, which is cool. In a short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, and part of the challenges that we face now when we're sort of transitioning back the other way is we still have membership that expects to show up at the door and people be helped in person. And we still have staff potentially that expect to be able to work part-time from home. And that's, how do you sort of mend those two things together is a challenge. And like I said, we've taken sort of a staggered approach. We went from maybe about a third of the staff working in the office, essentially full-time, and that's because of their position and the duties they were doing, they really couldn't do from home, to then we've gone to the point now where everyone is at least 50% or more in the office. And so how that works is we still have one staff member that's not working in the office, but we have other staff that are working 100%, full 100%. And that's probably half of or more than half of the rest of the staff's 100%. Then you have about 50% that are, not even 50, a third maybe, that are doing 50% in the office. And so we'll be positioned well to get to 100% when that finally does come out. But it exposes more challenges.
What do you do if someone truly can't come back and it's been required, by the governor? Does that become like an ADA kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, it does. It becomes an ADA request, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. So I added a few of those things like what John was talking about. Again, I see that as an internal strength that we've made that shift. And in our procurement, we're better prepared now to go work in if we need to. There may be some challenges associated with returning everyone to the office. And I think any kind of transition, coming or going or whatever, there's going to be challenges. Yeah. Any other internal challenges you see in the coming period? I think we covered.
I guess just related to that, it falls more into the opportunities, and it's part of the overarching conversation we're going to have anyway about system upgrades and continuing to build out M-Trust. But I think the other thing it pointed out was we're lucky to be as far down the road as we are for some of the sort of automated processes, but it also showed that there are still some of our paper processes that are a little bit of an obstacle to going full-time. We really couldn't go full-time 100% from home for really a lot of the positions. They had to come in and drop files off, pick files up. That's just, there's no way around that under our current structure and how we're utilizing technology. Things like the online retirement application that we're contemplating doing, things that we're already doing, like online beneficiary designation, certainly help, and it's definitely, it would get those processes to the point where you don't have those files going.
Right.
And that's really sort of, at least in my mind, the way that we get there is process by process. If we were just to say we're gonna stop everything and convert 100% of our paper documents to digital processes, that in and of itself would be a huge undertaking that would say you have to put everything you're doing in trust on hold until we catch up to where we're at. So I think we're getting there. It's just, it may be a little piecemeal, but it is logical for the size of the staff we have and how we can approach it, I think.
Well, and I think the remote work also applies in disaster recovery kinds of things, just working in a different location.
Yep.
Yeah, and sort of an example of what Sean was just speaking to, the online beneficiary designation forms and new member process significantly reduced the paper load in our account. We had to manually enter all of those beneficiary designations, and they were from paper, so there's opportunity for fat fingering social security number or whatever, and I think that speaks to, step by step you can eliminate a large amount. I mean, we probably went from receiving 2,000 of those a year to maybe a couple hundred, so significant reduction.
Okay, so pretty good work on the internal challenges list. Before I move off that, just to make sure we have anything else. Okay.
I think the other challenge associated with technology or Entrust is also then documenting what it is you're doing. I mean, you have this wonderful product, but you can't really share it with anybody without sitting down next to them.
Great. Okay. External opportunities, and we can decide if we want to combine them, but I just wanted to refresh everybody. Last time we had, I think communication was such a big focus last time that we actually broke it out into two different categories. We just had general opportunities and communication opportunities. So let's just look through them with that in mind, and then if we do want to combine them, or if we feel it's so important on the communication to keep those broken out, we sure can. So let's just take a quick look at what we've got so far. So large constituency, constituent resources, board training, the ability to tap into the resources of our affinity groups, IT, obviously, data validation, I have the auditor coming on this month. Opportunities to expand functions, increase capacity through staffing or contracting. Opportunities to streamline workflow, redefine business processes. Agreements for system support, that kind of ties to the opportunities to expand capacity.
In terms of constituent resources, I think one of the reasons why we struggle some with the retirement things in the smaller districts is because we don't have, the groups that they work with are not necessarily, they involve more the School Boards Association, Montana Rural Education Association. Those are the groups that they tend to work with, and maybe we need to find a way to, I know we've got MREA in our affiliate information, but school boards might be one that we could do more focused work with. And I know we've been doing some stuff on the webpage and our videos to incorporate some thoughts to try to educate boards, but maybe we just need to make more of a connection with that office.
With which office?
MTSB.
So who's the leader of that? Or is it still? Who's the leader?
It's
Lance
Lance.
still is, okay.
Used to there for respond.
No, they didn't.
We reached out several times.
Yeah, sure. I don't know how we get more on the radar.
What does it mean to say provide help to local members, provide opportunities at least once a month? I don't know what that means.
Local members.
Talking about killing people?
I think that's what it was, is opportunities for in-person assistance. And I don't specifically recall what we meant by opportunities.
Is that tied to
I'll bet you that was.
ready, set, retire?
It was what?
Maybe it was because of COVID last year. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we didn't go into, so the other, so you have things on there that are not on the official one on the website.
Okay,
So like the strengths, weaknesses, all that, they're combined under one thing on what's out there.
okay.
So that item, provide help to local members, is not even on the one version, it's the final on the website.
Okay. So we can probably just get rid of that one.
Yeah, 'cause that was-
Doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
So the VFT, that is one that's on there.
That is or isn't.
It is, yeah, it's still on there.
Is that still an opportunity we want to continue to have on there?
Yeah, I believe so.
So let's talk about some additional opportunities. And again, we're going to move into communication opportunities after this. So these would be opportunities not directly related to communication.
So is this where you put in something like possibility of an online retirement application? Is this where you put that in? When I think of an online retirement application, I think for our members, it would be pretty amazing, simply because, you guys send out that huge packet of information, and a lot of people bring it to me, and they're like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Does this have to be filled out? Does this have to be filled out? And I'm not a benefit, and I'm like, just call TRS, they'll tell you, but now I know enough about it to be like, no, this is something you don't need to do, or whatever. But,
I don't know. Have to
I
go
think
through
if
the
they
retirement process, you still fill that.
well, I think if they filled it out online, there would be, you can't go on until you filled this out, if you do this, then you do this, if you do, it would be so much more helpful for our
That's
members.
where the district clerk comes in.
Exactly,
Go to the district clerk and ask.
yes,
If they've been trained properly.
but our district clerk just, it gets so overwhelmed and busy.
That happens, that's somebody else's.
Yeah, it would be definitely, I think, a convenience to our members, but also to the efficiency for staff, too, because then we're not taking all that information and re-entering it into our system. correct?
Printing costs.
Yeah.
Right, and we get, I can't even tell you, we send some retirement applications back 3, 4, or 5 times because they're not complete. We send it back, we get it from them again, we send it back again.
But you send a lot that you don't even get them.
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people get those and go, I don't have a clue, I'm not filling this out right now.
Really want to retire and they're thinking about it.
We had somebody recently who was up against their RMD. One of the people we had to go out and sort of actively search for, and that was her. I've gotten the application a couple of times, but it was too much. So I'm,
So it won't take any money, you just keep it.
Is the thought maybe when I die, my kids will get it, or I don't know, if you don't need it, I guess.
When I went to Lewistown, those stories of the old music teacher that used to have, the clerk finally just decided she would go to the teacher and open their desk drawer and take out the checks that she'd been provided for the last year, get her to sign it so she could drop them off at the bank, because she wasn't ever taking a paycheck.
Holy cow.
Messing up our account.
Those priorities are just wrong.
the online retirement application, frankly, from just a workflow internal process, it will be big. Just from my perspective, the number of times that it is really important for me to know that somebody has applied for retirement benefits and the documents don't get imaged, and there's really not a static way of knowing that until that happens. I mean, those kinds of things, you know, the online processes really help the timely sort of notification of what somebody's status with the system is, so.
I think it's a very big opportunity for
I
us.
think if we're gonna have any kind of audit, any of those things, we can simplify it now. Just to follow what's happening.
So let's take a look at some of our communication opportunities and just make sure we feel like we've adequately did that. So opportunities to build our communication program and expand public relations. Board members able to participate in meetings in their areas. I think that sounds like something we want to try to continue to pursue. Develop surveys to engage and find out if we can verify services to members. We're on top of that.
Well, I kind of feel like because we're developing these things, now, you know, you can, when people have those questions, you just can pull it out. It's done. It's not like you have to go back to the wheel and reinvent it.
Okay. Describe the value of defined benefit as an inducement to the teaching profession. Podcasts or webcasts.
I like that one where you describe the value, you know, it says the career fairs. You know, if we were sitting there, talk about helping the School Boards Association hire people, if you're saying, well, you know, you might be looking at your salary that doesn't look great, but you're gonna have it for the next 100 years of your life, you know. I don't know that we are capable of doing that, but we could have something there to.
Right.
I wonder if that podcast and webcast one should be more general. To me, that's almost prescriptive, and we don't know what technology might fit what situations.
Okay. Should we just say online information dissemination?
Or virtual or something, yeah. Virtual delivery, I don't know what you want to call it, but like a podcast, I can't imagine how that would work somewhere in our situation.
Yeah. We've got the TikTok.
Sean has to talk you and Sean and Denise,
And
and
every
Sean
Friday.
and Tammy.
And dancing.
And make it
TikTok.
4:30 every Friday.
Twitter account for Sean.
Yeah.
Required number of
Please make them interesting.
Well, I hope you ask for good grades.
So we might want to update this, I guess. And I think you've got current information on the website already, so I can just update that. All right. Communicate the value of retirement, we're doing that. Expand communications with employers, have a presence at SAM. and similar meetings. Any other opportunities we'd like to get on there for communication for 2021?
Well, we've heard a lot about how we've improved communication, maybe just some goal to continue to look to have clear and concise communication with our members. I think we've done a lot with that, we just don't say anything about it.
We're not done.
Oh, yeah, there's always gonna be that.
I think that I'm agreeing with you, I think we should keep it on there so that we know we're never done.
For me, it's interesting just to see how your job works. I mean, how she said, how this has developed, it's been wonderful. We didn't have you, we didn't have that for the longest time.
It was such
Yeah,
a
that's
nice.
Well, you're just talking about job security here.
Yeah.
More to do.
There were a few comments about internal communication in the survey, but it sounds like those more were like, people are saying this is probably gonna improve with people returning to the office and everything, so I don't know if there needs to be anything specific about internal communication.
I think you should
It's
really
been
make
mentioned.
an email that no one will read.
The my TRS, only being 46%, or, maybe increasing the utilization of my TRS could be a good opportunity. And I think we could utilize our employers by, sending out, sort of a, hey, can you distribute this to, because they probably have email lists, right, in schools.
Oh, yeah.
Oddly enough,
We
they
don't
still
have
little
all
mailboxes.
our members, email, so we can't necessarily, and maybe even, some of our
Getting them just to
partners.
set up an account so that they have an email with us or anything like that.
Promoting my
Yeah.
TRS.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could just find different ways, like I'm a person that I pay for YouTube Premium because I use it for everything. If I need to know how to fix a leak in my sink or whatever,
Yep.
I think we could, that I work toward that, make a little bite-sized how-to
Yeah.
thing. So, there's all kinds of things that we could, in addition to what we're doing, things that
that's
are
great.
in different nuggets of information that are an hour-long video.
Because everybody I talk to, I just send them to my TRS. If you don't want to call, if you don't want to go in there, go and set your stuff up. And you'll be able to see, an idea of a benefit. You'll even be able to mess with taxes coming out. It's amazing once they know what it is.
Some systems have gone to mandatory online accounts. You've not completed your enrollment in the system until you've set up it's a fraud prevention, it's a theft prevention device, so.
Well, yeah, the two-step verification login process, and then trust them.
Go ahead.
If I could interject, I think one of the easy things maybe would be when they do their new hire paperwork with their district, if there was a way that the district had the expectation of, we're gonna sit down at a computer right now and you're gonna.
Well, they can't because they have to be reported once.
Okay, so that's the challenge that they're not trying.
Right.
What does the draw to say? That's the kind of the end of your hire.
Please before your second year. Let's go to the computer.
It's awesome.
Okay, any other communication opportunities for the coming period? All right. And then our final area we want to talk about before we get into leadership issues is the external challenges. We did move a few things down here, but just to kind of go through briefly what's on there. External challenges could be legislation. Negative investment returns, I guess, isn't an issue this year, but it could be. Regulatory, we talked about that. Market volatility. Do you think that's covers it? Do we not need to say that twice, or?
Same thing. Nobody talks about volatility, what's going on.
Right. As long as when it goes down, it goes back up reasonably quick, then they don't talk about it for sure.
Maybe all these combined ones
Right.
too.
I think we added one at the end, too, and it's the same thing.
We did too.
Yeah, we took it.
So we just get rid of that probably.
Yeah, combine them or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it's.
Okay. Shifting demographics, that I assume is still an issue. Portability of skills and
One of the
abilities.
things that we talked about in the workshop last week was the impact that baby boomers are gonna have as they continue to retire, and there's really nobody replacing part of that.
That should be baked into our actuary assumptions.
Well, it's not, it is for those individuals. It's not necessarily for the schools that can't hire a replacement, so that position is no longer fillable. They're doing things on the other end, so we're short. So it's an employment issue as much as anything else.
And did that actually affect the system then too, or is that just a challenge to districts? I mean, you don't
No,
know.
it can impact the system if we don't have as
Putting it
many.
into TRS.
Pressure is that return to work.
Right. Cover payroll goes down, or more retirees than go back to work.
Yeah. Back up here, I just review a few of these other ones. So we've got the shifting demographics, portability of skills and globalization, decentralization of education, is that still an issue? Okay. School funding is going to always be an issue.
I think we had the disaster recovery kind of thing, didn't we? I mean, it just seems like we've talked about it for years as an earthquake or a fire, or now pandemic was there.
Okay, security threats.
Which looks good.
Great, okay, the rest looks good. What about failure to reduce unfunded liability, is that how we want to say that, or is there a better way,
In
or?
terms of the security things,
Okay.
the need to educate employees and members about online threats, phishing. You know, that we had a class that we were required to take 4 or 5 years ago that actually spoke to the different kinds of things that are potential threats in the cyber world. And that kind of thing, I still look at that as having explained an awful lot of things that I heard later on in sessions and whatever, that were real threats. Even the cyber, there's always a cyber thing when we do workshops.
Does staff do that same training every year?
Every year.
We do. We can certainly re-up if you guys want to go through it again.
No, we're good.
You probably do it.
That's what I
You probably do it already.
I do it, yeah.
But I don't know how
They send
you,
me fake
I don't know how
emails
you
every day.
convince schools that schools, yeah, schools need to spend on that money too.
Yeah, even just as a system with all the ransomware stuff that has been going on, it's scary.
Okay.
You might want to, since you're already doing that, you might want to put continue being educated.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing new.
Okay. And we did did wordsmith these last two next time is we are educating board, we are maintaining policy compliance, but we put a threat if we do not sustain our efforts to evolve, if we don't sustain policy compliance. So I think those were clarified. And I think we saw some of this in the survey, the pressure just that thing.
Even on that failure to reduce unfunded liability, I put continue in there, because we are reducing the unfunded liability.
Continue to reduce the unfunded liability instead of failure.
Well,
Or continued failure?
Continued failure.
No. Challenge.
need to continue to reduce. So if you're talking about a category of being, I guess now it's opportunities, right?
Yep.
Okay, never mind. So the failure thing ought to go out of all of that stuff if these are opportunities.
Right? They're challenges.
Challenges.
These are challenges.
So what are we gonna do about it? Well, we continue to reduce the unfunded liability. Early retirement incentives, sounds like that's still happening and potentially putting a strain on the system.
Why are they doing that if they're having trouble hiring new teachers?
We're expensive at the top.
Why
They hire
why do
two
they do
teachers.
it? Because it's easy for them to say, you go ahead and collect your retirement, and we'll keep paying you to do this job for X number of years, and they don't even have to advertise, even though technically they do. And nobody's applying, but whatever. Yeah, it's easier for the district. Maybe I'm cynical. Maybe. But, I mean, that's happens, I see it directly all the time.
Yeah.
Even though they say there's nothing, oh, we didn't plan this ahead of time. Some instances BS, but whatever.
So Helena
I'll
did
shut up.
it. Helena did it 2 years ago, and it was to get people at the top of the scale off to sort of free up the future.
There was a little more to it there because they had a different salary schedule, and they were getting away from that salary schedule because they weren't going to be able to maintain it.
Right.
Here's how they were able to do that. We'll give you more money to leave, so you aren't still on this other salary schedule. So,
I don't think there's any trouble hiring teachers in Helena. I think there's a long waiting list of applicants.
No, there's no, they just stole 2 hours.
we go to these remote places that don't have social opportunities for young teachers, which is who they hire. That's why they can't hire. I mean, they're in the middle of nowhere. And they don't pay well. And they don't have social opportunities, so that's 3 strikes. And letting somebody that's of retirement age, but maybe or maybe not wanting to retire, to do that doesn't solve that problem. It doesn't even close to solving it.
Well, now these larger districts like Missoula and Kalispell, we can't hire new teachers because they can't afford to live where we are.
Yeah,
When it's $1,800 a month for a rent, then they make that much, it
Well-
doesn't work.
Well, it's the same story in the little school too, that doesn't have a house if they hire a teacher. There's no place for them to go, so if they don't build a house or they don't own some, they can't even get in there.
And we've had a bunch of people back out of our contracts,
So they couldn't pay
can't find a
housing.
place to live.
There's all kinds of
We
issues.
had one this year.
Okay. So public perception versus reality, both a challenge and an opportunity to educate. There are organizations out there providing this information regarding DV programs and activities. Some of these are related, the divide between support and contractors, defined benefit, political views of defined benefit. I don't know if these could all be combined, maybe.
Yeah, probably
Yes.
good.
Read the
Another one
last
right
one
underneath it
too.
too, that's the same.
Yeah. Okay. And a few other ones we had here. Regulatory requirements, employer funding backlash. I don't clearly recall what we meant there, if that maybe requires some further explanation.
It's how much they have to pay per employee per month, I think. And every time that goes up. Or their budgets.
I don't see
I
it
think
that
it
way,
was
because
tied to-
they have a retirement fund, which is a non-voted levy,
Yeah.
so there shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think it was more when we had the GASB requirements.
Oh,
that we
maybe
had
that
all of a
was-
sudden
That could
started
be,
providing
I believe
info.
there.
There you
That
go.
makes more
Make that
sense.
annual report into there.
Yeah,
That
when they
makes
see it that way.
Yeah.
So can we take that off now, do we think?
No, I think it's
I
still
think
an issue.
maybe
Explain
just
it better.
list it, explain it better.
Well, I mean, it's your net pension liability, from that perspective, but then when you have a bill like what Moore was bringing forward, or even Holman, especially Moore, where you're gonna automatically fund any future liability over 10 years, it really
It's a
is
big
your
deal.
contribution funding backlash. So, yeah. Certainly, I think that's where it came from initially, was from the GASB 68
Yeah.
reports.
Those are good memories. Yeah, 60. That was challenge. Remind us.
Still do it.
It's not
over.
Yeah, here's
The fact that
individual
you
schools
stayed.
liability that really isn't a liability, but we'll put it on paper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can't pay it off.
right.
Can't do anything to speed up payment.
Actually, one of the potential challenges, it's kind of a similar thing. There are other GASB things out there flying around too. But there was some discussion of a required report on ESG.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So a couple last ones here. Ongoing and innovative efforts to manipulate the system for personal gain, so not still occurring. Now, what about this next one? The university system doesn't adequately fund their
Yeah.
participation.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Always-
We could put a hold on that one.
But it's the legislature's fault. Every year, every 2 years, we take a bill that would increase their amount they have to fund, and the legislature continually says, no, they aren't going to increase it. So,
But they are our best example of letting people out of the system
That's
and
right.
doing their own thing.
Actually, it's more positive.
yeah, in that respect.
We're already baking those things into our stuff.
Okay. So you've got a bunch of university system people that retired, but there's the new people paying funding now.
Yep.
Years ago, they gave them a choice, and then stopped the choice, and they had to go to a system that wasn't TRS, but those people that made the choice a long time before were still in the system, they had to be paid for it. Whether they're retired or not.
We still have just under 300 active members.
That many, huh?
260 or
Look how
so.
many retired.
Be quite a few.
God, there's still gotta be a bunch of them.
Yeah, I have that, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I know that they're active members, there's around 260, 270.
You mean I'll die actuarially? That liability goes away?
Only
50 years from now,
Because
it's not just
It's
that.
actually repaid by then. and
Or
not
if
just
the
dead.
system's paid for.
Depending on what benefit election they make.
Their wives could be.
Their life, and
their-
they're joint annuitant, or their beneficiary.
Yeah.
So I won't put that as an opportunity.
That's word.
Start taking some of them off.
Okay. The IRS no longer doing regular qualification reviews. I mean, did we address that, I think, with you
Yes.
doing your own
No.
reviews? Is that?
We did, this is still an issue though, I mean,
Maybe it isn't so much. Maybe it's other IRS related kinds of stuff that would be included in there.
I think Denise.
Well, I think we've already moved the ongoing compliance reviews or qualification reviews through ICE Miller or that, I'm not sure that it needs to
But there could be changes in the IRS
They've been
process.
talking about reinstating the qualification letter process, so who can say when, but. Yes, there definitely are always changes to the IRS requirements that we have to comply with.
So outside of us asking for a private letter ruling on some kind of new legislation, really, since there is no qualification review, the only thing we would potentially run into would be an IRS audit, right?
Correct. For the cost
the
of
change.
posing the question to ICE Miller to make sure we meet qualification standards, even if the IRS isn't going to look at it.
That's different from what we are doing with Ice Miller?
And this last year, we did a full compliance review with them. They looked at all of our statutes to make sure that all of the qualification standards are embodied in our plan terms, right? And every time we have, say, proposed legislation or that come up that has IRS qualification implications, we typically, go to them and ask for an opinion on, does this, so, I mean, with,
That's the cost per hour to the system every time you
it's a high cost.
So Denise, if they told us we were in compliance and we weren't, is there any liability on their part?
Well, presumably, yes, but, yeah, and presumably.
Yeah, just was curious.
So I'm gonna maybe reword that a little, Denise, just to say, which requires us to hire external consultants rather than which creates a gap in ensuring our, does that make sense?
To me, that's fair. I mean, to me, there was a great deal of comfort built into
There was.
to a qualification letter. As long as you didn't change your plan
Yeah.
terms, you were a qualified plan, and they weren't gonna back up from that, so.
We haven't had one of those since
2013.
2013. So it's your fault. We got one while I was here.
Oh. What is a PLR
Spare
cost? What would a PLR cost to the system?
They're expensive. It's
Yes,
around
tens of
20,
thousands.
25,000.
Mhm.
And you would only really use that for some kind of substantial change to your current plan terms. I mean, you can't really do a plan. You can't ask for one of those to like review the whole system as a whole.
No, you can't.
Okay. And then the last few items we added, or that are on here, are things we've already talked about and either added or moved down. Do we have any other external challenges we'd like to get on the list before we move into leadership issues? That's good. Okay, great, thanks everyone. So the next thing we want to do is look on your primer, and we want to look at some of the leadership nominations. And our goals, like I said, are up there, and our goals were pretty much, I think, stay the same. We'll look at those this afternoon after we get through the leadership issues, but I do want to take just a few minutes, and before we break for lunch, and kind of walk through some of the nominations that staff had for some issues. And if we get through it all, great. If we have to break halfway through, that's okay too.
So actually, I have had scheduled us breaking at 11:45.
Oh, perfect.
And then I want to make sure Tammy and Dan can hear me here. At 1 o'clock, you should have received a separate invitation from John Noble for a disability review team session, and we'll want to use that one at 1 o'clock so that we don't have any threat of somebody that's not supposed to participate in that joining the meeting. And then for anyone else that's from the public that's still on the meeting, I don't know if they're already, we will resume this team session at 1:15. So does anyone have any, Dan, do you have any questions about that? Did you get the invite from John?
I got it, yes.
Okay, perfect. And Tammy, I assume you did as well, is that right?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
There's nobody else online right now, except for Dan.
Okay, and John says no one else is online, so that will be the plan. When we get back from lunch right at 1 o'clock, we'll start the disability review teams meeting, run it through conclusion, and then we fire up the strategic planning, wrap up at 1:15.
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks, Sean.
All right, well, we're gonna break for lunch and we will resume at 1:15 with this
Sorry.
meeting, and 1 o'clock for the disability. All right, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. We have 3 disability requests. We need motions to get these going. The first one would be for Linda E. Brown.
This meeting is being recorded and/or transcribed.
The first one would be for Linda E. Brown.
I move approval of disability request for Linda E. Brown.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Chair votes aye as well. All right, the next one we have is for Jens B. Nielsen.
I would make a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, who seconded the motion for Linda Brown?
Dan Trost. Oh, sorry, just you.
Okay, thank you.
No, please.
Did you get them both then, Tammy?
No, I didn't hear from Mr. Nielsen.
Oh, yeah, so now Scott made the initial motion, and is there a second? Okay.
Jeff.
Jeff made the second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Chair votes aye as well. And then finally, we have the disability request for Daniel Toner.
I move approval.
Second. Scott?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. All right, we'll take all those. We can invite,
I still don't know where he's at.
not out there right now. All right, it looks like we're ready to move on with our strategic planning. So I'm going to let you take over for us.
Great, thank you very much. So where we're going to pick up is this afternoon. We basically need to program out that commitment worksheet. It doesn't have to be complete and final today, but we at least want to get it roughed out. And then Sean and I can kind of work to polish it up and get it dropped out to the board for its review. So before we jump into actually completing the commitment worksheet, we want to review the TRS leadership issues or staff nominated objectives. I guess maybe a better way to characterize that. We met with the leadership team who had kind of gathered information from their staff and looked at the current issues and survey findings and identified a few issues that they'd like to nominate for potential objectives. And these all seem to fit within the existing goals. So just by way of a quick review, we probably wouldn't hurt to take a quick look at what our goals are again, just to kind of refresh everybody. So our 3 goals, and these are articulated and were kind of revised in 2019. We heard from our affiliates, they thought the goals were good. So number 1 was maintain an actuarially sound qualified retirement plan in compliance with the Constitution and state and federal law. Second goal is to sustain a high-performance work culture and service excellence. And then continue and expand communication and outreach efforts. So that's kind of the framework we're working within, but those aren't set in stone. So if we decide we want to change those or add to those, but basically everything we've talked about in the past is fit under one of those 3 umbrellas. So it's kind of nice to have things broken out into some major themes that way. So with that, we'll go to some of the staff nominations. And just to give everybody a heads up where this is going is we do, the staff would like to get an idea of kind of where the board's at as far as budget and having the board maybe discuss and articulate its budget parameters for additional investment in information technology. So, and the first two kind of staff nominated objectives we're going to talk about are going to relate to that, so it kind of leads, that's where this is all going, is we want to talk about these potential enhancements to the information technology systems, and really where that'll culminate, I think, is just having a good conversation about the level of investment or commitment that the board's comfortable with in IT. So with that, I guess I'll to a degree turn it over to Sean and staff if they want to speak up. But our first TRS leadership issue that we identified was to identify, catalog, and prioritize potential information technology enhancements. So what we may be looking for here is just a little board discussion around that, and if we gain board agreement that that's a priority, we would likely program that in as an objective for the coming year. So with that, Sean or John or anybody, I don't know if you had any
Yeah,
Tammy
so
comments?
I guess I'll start, and then I'll ask both Tammy and John to also chime in. But we're on page 16, Dan C, just in case you're not following up on the primer. And it's the first bullet at the top there.
Yep.
I think just based on the feedback we got from our members, as well as it being a staff recommendation, I mean, it seems like applying for retirement online through an online retirement application is something we probably most definitely want to move forward with. What I'm hoping to get out of the conversation today is, what level of support is the board sort of comfortable with doing for these types of enhancements? And where the trade-offs are is, if we throw a little bit, there's a limit to this, so don't get me wrong. It's not like we can make it happen overnight, but to some degree, the more that we spend up to a certain point, the quicker things can get done. And so, with that said, we're sort of working at a level right now, I think it's much more comfortable for the staff that are involved in interest enhancements every day, which would be Tammy, our contractor, Monica, and our developers, versus the level of commitment we had a few years ago when we were doing full-on phased development. I mean, that was basically 100%, very close to 100% of Tammy's time, and basically full-time for the contractors, so on and so forth. So, number one, I guess, what is the board's comfort level? And I think right now you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're budgeting approximately $300,000 for enhancements. I mean, if you...
Yeah, I mean, I would have to double check that figure.
Yeah, it's around that. Maybe if you don't mind, if you would grab that for us. So we have $120,000 that we budget that's maintenance, and I wouldn't call that enhancement work. That's just maintenance of the existing system. And then we budgeted this last year approximately $120,000, I want to say, for test lead services, and about $100,000 for maybe even a little more, $110,000 or so for AMA services, and he'll verify those numbers. So I think around $300,000 for contracted services strictly for enhancements is probably about the right level. Tammy, do you want to chime in on that? That would be a little bit higher than what we're doing right now, but not substantially higher.
Yeah, no, that you're absolutely correct. I mean, we want to look at the online retirement application packet. We base, projections on that, looking at the online, the OWA based upon the OBD, which is the online beneficiary designation. The online retirement app will be more detail, more information, more forms, more things to deal with. So I would envision, obviously, it's going to cost a little bit more than OWA. However, OWA is going to hopefully satisfy the two-factor authentication for, My TRS, our online portal. But yes, I think, Sean, what you're saying is absolutely correct as far as the dollar amount. It sounds correct, and I know no one's gonna verify that for us.
So basically,
Anything else you need on that, Sean?
No, I think that's about it. And then, I mean, the way I sort of characterized our sort of TRS staff level of support, I mean, I'm assuming you agree with that as well. We could do maybe a little bit more, but we don't want to do substantially more like we were doing under the formal phases, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I think one major enhancement per year is what we've talked about doing, and I think sticking with that concept is doable. That way, no one is over taxed for a particular enhancement. So yes, I would agree that the level of definitely don't want to go backwards and spend where I'm 100% on the project. I want to continue the way it is now, for sure, going forward.
So do you think at this level, you're estimating maybe a year to do online?
So we'll roll out online withdrawals in December. We actually have purposely built in some dead period so that we have time to learn what we don't know about the online withdrawal rollout. I would anticipate us starting requirements gathering the last quarter of this fiscal year and into the beginning of next fiscal year. I think it would be, an optimistic goal would be for the online retirement app to be close to being able to roll out this time 2 years from now. Would you, I mean, we haven't really put a lot into that yet. We haven't, like I said, we haven't even started requirements, but realistically, I think it would probably be in the August, September, October timeframe of 2024, or 23, yes.
So you're thinking 18 months of actual work-ish?
Yeah, we wouldn't start in earnest on this until the last quarter of this fiscal year. Yep.
And I'd hate to see people not able to do the job that they're supposed to do, and be stressed doing this extra stuff.
Yeah.
No need to rush.
Yeah. Do you agree with that sort of, I mean, that's off the cuff time frame, Tamia, that's kind of what we've been looking at, I think.
Yeah, that sounds close to, I think when we put together the, basically the little PowerPoint presentation of the timeline, we were looking at probably, because we want to have some lessons learned from OWA before we truly go down too far into the weeds for requirements gathering. So yeah, I think we talked about May timeframe next year, looking at starting the requirements for the online retirement app. So that sounds absolutely correct. And then it'll take us quite a while to put together requirements and then not actually physically start using the online retirement app until, fiscal year 24, I think is what you said. And I believe that we're on the same page there.
Yeah.
And P.I., this is Dan. May I ask this question? If this is going to be an approximate 2-year process to set it up, it would indicate to me then that the budgetary requirements would be for the next 2 fiscal years. So this $300,000, I'm assuming, is just your best estimate currently on what the budget would be in the first fiscal year. And if that's all accurate, after the total setup is completed in the 2-year process, assuming that all works out based on current assumptions, which could be adjusted significantly once we get feedback from vendors. I'm wondering if there is any precedent for these kinds of programs as to what the ongoing maintenance expenses to continue keeping it current and upgraded are likely to be as a percentage of the setup costs.
Well, we currently
Well,
have the
I
contract.
would like to weigh in on that just a little, because I would assume, and Sean, correct me if I'm wrong here, we're already paying, $120,000 a year, I believe. Well, actually, it's a little bit more than that because it's $12,000 a month. So in maintenance, and I'm not quite sure that that fee would go up just because we now have online retirement app.
Okay. So you're assuming, right, what we're paying them currently is gonna provide. Sorry, something happened to my sound again. Anyway, after the total setup costs, you think the maintenance agreement will be fairly stable and consistent?
Yes, I would assume so, and Sean, what's your thoughts on that as well? I would assume so. I can't envision it going higher. I mean, we did a significant increase, which I know we were going to reevaluate at a different time frame whenever it expires. I can't remember, Denise, if she's in the room, she could probably tell you when the contract for our maintenance agreement expires, but I know we were going to revisit at that time. But with the addition of the online retirement app, I wouldn't envision it going higher than $12,000 a month.
So this is Sean.
Okay, so then really what we're talking total setup cost, which, am I correct in assuming that that is really a 2 fiscal year budgetary analysis?
Yes, Dan, we would be, Nolan just got back with the numbers for the current year.
Yeah, so the board approved the budget for fiscal year 2022 recently at the May board meeting, and that includes the $144,000 maintenance contract for M-Trust. There's also $120,000 built in for the project manager, and that's Monica's time that's going to be invested on new enhancements, and that includes the withdrawal. So just for the enhancements, the online withdrawals was all that we built in for fiscal year 2022, and that was $95,000. So 215 is the total for this year, and if you exclude the maintenance contract, if you include that, it's more like 359,000. But that's, we're always going to have that maintenance contract, so that, I don't know if we can include that if we're talking about enhancements.
Correct, and I guess I would, for the purposes of this planning, I would exclude that. And we did recently update our contract with AMA for the maintenance, and I don't foresee it going up, and nor do I foresee it going down. When we were scheduled to reevaluate that contract, and we did with them, and because we substantially increased it. It used to be around $6,000 a month when we were using Pension Plus, and now it's $12,000 a month. And as we worked through that, it became real obvious that M-Trust is there's so much more in it from a coding perspective than what was in Pension Plus. They weren't willing to do it for $6,000 a month, so it's just that much bigger of a system. Am I characterizing that right in your mind, Denise, from our negotiations?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
The increase was termed temporary in the contract, but it probably is more permanent than temporary.
Yeah, but with that, I don't envision a few, something like the online retirement application or some of these other things we're talking about. I don't anticipate that they, in and of themselves, are going to automatically make the maintenance contract increase on an ongoing basis. I don't see that happening. I think what Dan Chamberlain's, where I thought you were going with this, where your question was going, is what dollar amount or percentage of the total cost should we be comfortable with doing on an ongoing basis to keep the system contemporary, right, through various enhancements? And that's kind of what we're looking at right now.
Yes. Because if you're allocating in your mind now, Sean, roughly $300,000 extra over a 2-year period for the setup of the system, that seems like a relatively inconsequential amount of money with our total budget for what it does for efficacy. Because eventually you're going to have to replace that cost if you don't do it with more personnel, in my opinion. So it seems like a foregone conclusion that we need to make that technological upgrade.
I believe there was discussion when we first approached the online withdrawals that even doing that project was, kind of a stepping stone to online application retirement.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I also would have us all think that the online withdrawal applications will be another stepping stone and will only expose other efficiencies we can gain through improving the technology of M-Trust. The current governor's initiative is digital first. There's a state CIO's conference going on, strategic planning going on right now. And that's really the push, is to do digital first. We have a lot of paper processes. We've been talking about that. I think as we complete the online withdrawal applications and the online retirement applications, we're going to see the next step for M-Trust, the next step to proceed. And if we want to increase adoption of MyTRS by our members, providing more services, which the younger teachers are going to expect, is going to be one of our best avenues to promote teachers' retirement system and adoption of MyTRS, which means continued enhancement. So I guess maybe one way to look at it is that in addition to the maintenance for the system, we probably should look at an ongoing, continuing budgetary item for improvement of the system as well. And not look at it on a single, like this project's 2 years, but more of a continual development and evolution of M-Trust and the pension management system in general.
And I think that is the only responsible thing to do at this point. We have invested a lot of money into this system, and we need to keep it working so that we're not in the same position we were, years ago when we had no other choice.
And not just working better.
Yeah, working better for our members.
But there must be a wish list, right? There's a list of what you guys feel is important. And that list has an end, doesn't it? Or do you get to the end and
In
it
theory,
starts over again?
I mean, in theory, it would have an end, but it's entirely possible that you never get there. I mean, it's a living, breathing system in some respects, and there may always be a need for some level of enhancement. Technology is going to continue to change too. The code this is written under is cold fusion. It's cold fusion, and it's there are lots of programmers that can program cold fusion right now. But 20 years from now, that may not be the case.
And that's
And
what
the
I
first,
did
the
last
first
time.
big part of M-Trust was redoing the code.
Yeah. Ideally, yes, we would get to the end of these are all the big things we want the system to be able to do, and then we would enter what would be more of just a maintenance.
The change in technology, then you might change how the forms go out, so whether
But
that's
that's
just
a
keeping up.
maintenance, that seems like a maintenance error versus
Yeah.
moving something online. That's
Yeah.
what I would see
Yeah.
there. I mean, I guess as a board member, I'd rather hit these items one by one, discuss them, approve them, as opposed to blanket $300,000 or $500,000 a year forever.
Yeah, and that's no problem for staff to present to the board. Each May, these are the M-Trust enhancements we have envisioned for the upcoming year, and getting board approval through the budget process.
Yeah, we're obligated to the budget every year.
I agree with that.
I'll just chime in and say, I think Daniel Tro's comment is totally appropriate. Obviously, the board is here for the very reason of kind of monitoring these changes, but I also think John Noble's point, and that is that the thought that we need to look at ongoing technological improvements in the entire system is a never-ending process. So I think both of you are absolutely correct.
Perfect.
So have we gotten the level of specificity you're hoping for, Sean?
I think so, yeah. I feel comfortable, building the budget next May, if somewhere around that $300,000 mark, and listing out the types of things we would hope to accomplish for that level of commitment. So I feel fine for M-Trust. I would like, if John or Darla, or maybe a combination of the two of them, if they want to speak a little bit to the mobile-friendly layout bullet item, and what that means. It's John gave a quick inference to some of the governor's directives, but this kind of leads right into that, if one of you two want to talk about that, and it's related to the website.
No, I'm glad you brought that up too, because I've gotten emails from certain places, and it's only mobile, so it doesn't have the technology when you refer to about recognizing it and coming out in the right format, and that's so important. I won't use my phone for big things like this, but others do.
Right. And if you've noticed,
Some people only use it for-
Yeah.
if you've noticed websites where they have a much cleaner look, ours is very menu and detail oriented. You click a menu and then that page comes up and it's, so there's limited flexibility there. It's, a responsive web design is usually, if you see a website that's kind of clean looking, white background and blocks, if you're looking at your phone, they just stack up like this. And there's other advantages as well, but to me, it just makes it so much easier to build in easier ways to get to information. For example, I was telling Sean yesterday, I was on a site where, and I'm sure you've seen this, where it just says, I want to ... and you click a thing and there's a list of, kind of common, frequently asked questions type things, but they're not just a page that has frequently asked questions. It's literally links and it takes you wherever you want to go, and you can just make things more modular and easier to get to, easier to find, and without that constraint of that menu and detailed kind of old-fashioned format. Our website's only about 7 or 8 years old, but that's an eternity in web design. So I think John can talk more about the actual technology behind it, but our content would not necessarily have to be revamped. Some of it, of course, may be streamlined, but it's really just how you present it and how it's, you don't have to build a separate app. It's just, it displays in a way that's amenable to different screen shapes, and it's just a different way of presenting the same information in a much more modern way.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I've never done it on my phone, but I just checked it out.
Pretty small.
It was never built for that, yeah, so this is a perfect example of why it's time to modernize. And it really wraps into all the things we've talked about, whether it's, there's one item about making it easier for employers to access information. I mean, if we adopted a more responsive design, that would be much more straightforward than, because their system looks much like MTrust and like our website. It's got a menu and it's got, it's just much more flexible.
Madam Chair, take a look on your phone on mt.gov, the state's,
Okay.
and it is a responsive website, and you'll see the contrast between ours and the state's, and that is that it'll render well on your phone, and that's really the goal. Exactly.
Different.
That's exactly what Darrell's talking about.
Yeah,
So,
totally different. I can see it without my glasses.
Yeah. There's no left and right scrolling.
Yeah.
Does that change the website on PCs too, or is it specific to a mobile browser where it changes?
Any
Would it be the
screen.
same across all?
Yep.
the responsive design of the site, actually, as soon as the page is called, it inquires from the calling page, where are you calling from? And it's asking, are you calling me from a PC with a screen this big? Or are you calling me from an iPhone 5 with a screen this big? And it renders itself based off what the
So
caller
it does
tells
change a
you.
little bit based on what you're looking at.
And it does it for every device. And if you really want to take a look into the details, if you use Chrome or Edge, they both have developer modes that you can access through the little 3-dot tool icon. And you can change the way that it's being displayed and choose iPhone 6, iPhone 8.
Oh, wow.
And you can actually go and look at what each web page you're viewing would look like if you happen to be viewing it from one of those devices.
Oh, wow.
So it really assists builders with how to design layout, but for all of us, it gives us an idea of what a page would look like if we were looking at it on our phone or PC, et cetera.
And is that, would you guys be developing that? That would be more you than the MTrust people,
It would be
that
us,
would
yeah.
be you.
So is that licenses for different, no?
I can't imagine there is. It's just I've already picked out a couple of classes. One I've been planning to take forever, and it just happens to be on that, and another that would be just help me figure out more of the technical stuff I don't currently know, but John and I together would.
So we wouldn't need to hire consultants, you guys would actually do the work in-house?
Probably, I could, maybe with limited exceptions that we might need Roy's help with or something, but
Yeah, most of this is layout
yeah.
and presentation layer, and as opposed to logic. So really, the thing is to change the templating that the entire site runs on, and then review all 250 pages of our content or whatever we have, and make sure, we find places that need to be tweaked that aren't rendering well with the changes in the layout and design. So it's a iterative process of going through, making the change, seeing how the website responds, finding out what's broken and fixing it as it goes. But
Impera has recently started revamping their website, and it looks like they're on that path as well. It's much nicer than even just in the past couple of weeks, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea too, because more people just aren't here. I don't have a computer anymore, except when at work, this is what I use.
We had a problem with the online beneficiary designation. Someone tried to do it with an iPad, which is a perfectly logical thing to do, but if something was not working, that was earlier on. I don't know if it's working now, but I think it is. There's just a lot more to it.
so it sounds like the board's kind of in favor of that initiative. Do we have any specific resources other than staff time we would allocate to it? Maybe some training, like Darla said. I think, yeah, potentially. Training with staff time.
And it's not like a giant course, you know, or a program. It's just self-study, basically.
Online.
Yeah.
How about a timeline on that? Do you think we'd have that? And I just put the proof of concept in. Do we want to break it out in proof of concept by a certain date and the thing stood up by a certain date, or?
Well, we probably need the training before you can even really guess on timing for like when we can present the concept.
We would like that next week.
Yeah. And isn't it also, Darla, something where you can go through sort of page web? It's not like everything all at once has to be responsive design. Is that correct?
I don't know. What do you think, John?
I think our website holds styling pages, CSS, when it loads. And the change to a responsive website will be a replacement for those styling pages.
And that's the training I need.
So it's going to impact the website in general. I think the review of all the different pages are what's key. You know, there's scenarios where some of the pages aren't impacted at all, and we have to go change those pages to make them responsive. There's a scenario where a web page is impacted adversely, and now it doesn't work at all. And we definitely want to address that before we go into production. So I think to say that you could actually maybe do the main pages in responsive and leave the rest the way they are, I don't think that actually would be
No,
real.
that doesn't work. You're essentially working with a different website.
But we could do a proof of concept that doesn't have all the content in test environment.
That's correct.
Be able to show it, and you could, you know, I mean, I'm thinking of things like we built that page for school board members, and we built the one for sort of the three-legged stool kind of concept, that page. And those are, to find them, you have to, I mean, they're out there, but our menu-driven structure limited my places I could put it.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of dig for that information, whereas now it could be right, you know, some list right on the homepage. I'm a school board member, boom, it goes right there. And so the content, a lot of it is already there. We would just have to figure out how to present that on the screen and learn how the CSS behind it works. And
That's cool.
Okay. So do we want to just maybe come back with the timeline on that, or do you think we could commit to a broad timeline at this point for the proof of concept?
it probably have to be after online withdrawals. I don't know. I could work on the training piece of it. I mean, that's just something I need to do that you don't need to worry so much about, but.
And honestly, my only concern was we're in the middle of the project to migrate our report manager. We talked about that, I think, last board meeting a little bit, but we're in the middle of that, and it's actually been keeping us pretty busy, Rex and myself, so the vote time take away from that, we want to schedule to finish that in October. But maybe by the January board meeting, or I guess first board meeting of the year, we can do a proof of
So
concept.
it'd be safe to say, I don't know, the proof of concept, I mean, I could foresee us having proof of concept by potentially May, and maybe, because we're going to be on online withdrawals up through December. And your project goes up through October, November, John.
Yeah, it's forecasted that October right now, but our goal is to be done by December, yeah.
I'd say February is a possibility, but not a for sure thing.
And then at that May meeting, if we have a proof of concept, at that point we can adjust the commitment spreadsheet.
Yep.
Yeah.
for potential
And I usually
rollout.
do a communication update at that meeting.
Yeah.
Perfect, okay, that's great. That's great. So I added on there kind of the conversation we had about the, now that staff has some clarity on budget, identifying, cataloging, prioritizing information technology enhancements, we'll work on that. I put online retirement application on there, and I always tell organizations when we're doing strategic planning, get everything on there, even if we're about to accomplish it, because we want to check things off as we've done them. So I think it's important to include the online retirement application effort on there. And then I added the web design proof of concept to the goals. So just jumping back to the leadership initiatives briefly again. So we've got that, the enhancements, we've got the online retirement application, the responsive web design, we've talked about the budget, and resource allocations. I guess one of the other questions, and Sean, you need to read this, but just kind of a general question, do we want to invest time in providing metrics to illustrate the cost savings associated with system development? There would probably be a lot of time and effort just around doing those metrics that maybe could be invested in doing more enhancements to the system. So I guess it's more a discussion topic than necessarily a objective we want to do. Do we want to invest time in?
So other than the information for yourselves and share with us, is there value to that? Can you use it in the legislature for some reason?
I don't know so much about the legislature. Possibly, potentially. I think there are certain things that lend themselves well to providing metrics, like the project John's working on right now, the report manager migration. He could, within reason, sort of give us numbers of this is what it would cost versus this is how much time we have into it if we do it ourselves. Some of these other things, there's going to be a lot of guesstimation. There's going to be a lot of guessing, and what value how do you value the convenience from it? Like something like the online retirement app, we'll probably be able to point to certain areas where it should save us staff time, but how do we quantify the convenience and how much time it saves our member? It's a little harder.
And on the flip side of that, for the people who aren't technologically savvy, who get frustrated with this, it wouldn't be a convenience.
Well, true.
Being unknown.
Yeah.
That's possible too. So
Still
So
are
you'd
some
be
of
getting more
those.
phone calls because of that.
Are you thinking?
But I think it's still the right thing to do.
Prior to making the investments have already been made, and then we go backward and say, what are we saving, or this is prior to making any new investments?
this would be prior to making it.
So the time it makes sense. for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there will be pieces of it you really don't know for sure. Because in order for us to really do this correctly, we would have to come up with metrics before we even fully had requirements developed. And I can tell you, sometimes those requirements development is a very long process, and there's a lot of time involved in it. And things sometimes change partway through. So there's gonna be some level of guessing. I told John this will be his job, this is his idea.
It's actually written on my whiteboard.
I did write it on spec.
Seems like if we've got our wish list of enhancements, it seems like the ones that would be at the top were the ones that were such a slam dunk, we wouldn't need to do the math ahead of time. Like, oh, this is obvious, this is gonna save a bunch of time. And then as you get toward the middle or bottom of the list, then you're like, okay, is it worth it now? Maybe we spend time on, on the ones like the online application seems like a slam dunk, so let's not worry about spending a bunch of time and energy quantifying that. But I don't know.
I kind of think the same thing. These ideas came for a reason. Why did somebody want to do this process, then the online application? Clearly, there have been reasons, especially without this, that were obvious.
One of the things that our staff gets stuck with is of this stuff kind of gets jammed into an existing job. So sometimes just having those metrics there helps the internal discussions as to why they're doing what they're doing. And people aren't just saying, well, this is John's project, or this is Sean's project, or this is.
Tammy, it's always me.
Yeah. So it also kind of builds a little bit more ownership into how they got to where they're at. So sometimes that in itself is worth it. Sometimes. I'm not sure about the slam dunk stuff. That's maybe just not. But you're right. The further you go down on the list, probably the more valuable metrics.
I do have, if I could chime in on one more thing, there is one thing that was in the member survey. It was the virtual agent question. That's something that's coming from the state that it appears that we are obligated to put one on our website. We were curious to know how much value people would put on that. Turns out they don't care. Some people thought it was great, some people didn't have a clue, and it came out right in the I don't know ranking. But we'll probably have to do that. So that's something that we kind of wanted to know how much time and effort we're going to spend on that, knowing we probably have to do it. But now we know that it's not a top priority for most members. So then there might not be a lot of return on investment there, but.
I know I'm asking the wrong person, but why would the state think we have to have a virtual assistant on the website?
Everybody looks at
Can introduce you to the governor.
That's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I've never used a virtual assistant, not ever.
Actually, I've used it.
Have you?
Sometimes that makes sense. Sometimes it's kind of like, the guy answered the phone call from India, and you're not quite on the same page with stuff. But sometimes it just leads you right to.
I've done the online chat once in a while when I want to. That's the person.
Yeah.
Might not.
Not necessarily, not necessarily.
Some are that sophisticated that it's.
Can't tell.
Yeah, sometimes you can kind of tell based on the questions they throw back at you.
So metrics, I mean, it sounds like at best, it might be applicable to certain projects. Certainly not something we want to broadly say for every enhancement, but do we want to put it as an objective maybe for certain projects that lend themselves to it?
Well, especially expensive.
They're all expensive, Scott.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think so. I think the way that Dan and Charles described it made sense to me. We don't probably need to do it for the online retirement app, but maybe for some of these other things like online family law orders or something, maybe it would make sense to,
Changing addresses.
to actually try to figure out, well, it's gonna cost us X amount to save what, or to provide what level of convenience.
And I guess that would all have to be done before the budget request.
It would, yes.
We certainly discussed that, I think, internally on the
We do.
withdrawals.
Right, we had an internal discussion on online withdrawals. We talked about, well, approximately how much staff time do we spend loading those paper forms versus, what is it gonna cost to do this online withdrawal project? And it's not one for one. It costs quite a bit. We have probably, 10 years worth of staff time built into that online withdrawal project. However, we're providing a convenience that our members never had before, as far as being able to do it all online. You're not returning things back and forth through the mail.
So here's an analogy. So for banks, having an ATM costs them money. It never makes them a dime. If you did a cost benefit analysis, it would look like the worst idea ever. But if your bank doesn't have an ATM, you're going to switch banks. So sometimes those conveniences, even though they're not necessarily cost effective, sometimes you just have to go there because it's the future and it's what people need and people want.
Right. Well, and some banks have changed their whole processing to make that a much bigger part of what they're doing. Have people in rooms that they can.
Another issue for us is, of course, having to comply with IRS requirements and that sort of thing. Sometimes the only meaningful way to do that is automating it, like the R&D process. I mean, trying to keep up with that and, get letters out to people regularly who are term non-vested and get them to take their money when they're not coming back to work. I mean, if it just not something you can keep up with if you're not doing it automatically.
Okay. All right, so I've qualified and added the metrics as an objective. We've already kind of talked about this, and it's kind of already on our worksheet, but just continuing with the business process improvements, workflow process, efficiency studies, enhancement documentation, et cetera. And I think we talked about kind of, maybe this might be as huge a priority as like some of the system enhancements, but maybe kind of knocking it down as you get certain things automated and looking what's left with paper processes. John had talked a little bit about the content management system, workflow capabilities. So there, again, maybe some existing resources out there. We don't necessarily have to enter into another contract, with a expensive software vendor to do this. There may be some in-state resources. And like I said, I do think we had that as a carryover here, the workflow and process improvements. That had been something that was going to carry forward into this year anyway. So, and we'll need to obviously update this language here, but I just want to make sure the board agrees that's something we want to focus on and continue with. So this, the existing objective, but we probably, I'd probably update the language to reflect some of the contemporary ideas we would be looking at. And I can work with Sean and staff to maybe break this down into more discrete objectives so we can, again, check them off as we get them done. And something like, implementing the content management system, that's probably big enough to be its own objective. So I think we can, as long as we have general agreement from the board that that's a priority, I think we can break some of them.
Yeah, I mean, we already have content management system. I mean, it is implemented. It's more a matter of making processes essentially, if not all the way, very close to all the way digital as we, and I guess my take on that is we currently provide both paper process and online process for online beneficiary designation, where in the next 6 months we'll be providing both for online withdrawals. The next 2 years we'll be doing that for online retirement applications. I mean, I think we are knocking these off one by one, and the further away from today we get, the more people are going to do all this stuff electronically, the less that are going to do it via paper. I don't know if we can ever get to a point where we don't offer paper as an option at all. I suppose we could, but so, I mean, this, I think, to me is ongoing, and I don't know how you say, outside of, like, we set a deadline to have online retirement applications done or online withdrawal applications done, and the content management workflow built in with them as necessary, because we did do that with online beneficiary designation, and we're certainly planning to do it with these other 2, as well as any future ones we do. And beyond that, I don't know. I don't think it's right to say we're going to implement content management system overall by any. I couldn't tell you when that's going to be.
Right.
100% for everything we do. That could be 20 years from now.
Okay.
Hey, Sharon, this is Dan Chamberlain. Have you guys checked into using a company like DocuSign to sign some of these retirement documents?
Yes. John, you might have to get closer so they can hear you. I don't know. We have looked at that a little bit. John's on his way over to speak.
Dan, we've actually had a couple meetings with DocuSign. We're not, at this point, ready to leverage what DocuSign can do for us. I mean, some state agencies have it. It's not the only solution out there. But I think as we get closer, to where we need to have the service of a guarantor on signatures, with a company like DocuSign, we'll probably revisit it. It's not inexpensive, so it's definitely not something we want to, I think, invest in until we're closer to the time where we really need it. But we have had meetings with DocuSign.
And really, the processes that we currently offer, we're utilizing two-factor authentication, and we're accepting essentially a digital signature based on that authentication. When they ultimately submit their beneficiary designation or soon to be their online withdrawal, that's what we're accepting, is that electronic signature without using DocuSign.
So is there, we need to go the extra step to DocuSign?
Well, the notary signature is a little bit different than just an electronic signature.
And DocuSign is not a notary service.
So
In reality, DocuSign does not give you the additional security of making sure that who's signing it is the person who's supposed to be signing it. And that's why the two-factor authentication is the, so I don't know that
Right, I mean,
DocuSign offers anything very much more.
yeah, I'm not aware that they do. And up to this point, so like the online beneficiary designation, you know, it's our choice whether to require that to be notarized or not. And by utilizing, they're having to log into our system, we're using two-factor authentication to verify that they are. We're using that as essentially the proof we need to let them make the change they're making.
If that works legally, then it's cheaper.
Yeah. So there's and I don't know if it's further down in the list, but on the, in the places where we still would require notarized, and that's, in large part on these documents until they become actual online transactions subject to two-factor authentication. The state of Montana is one of only 2 states right now that allows remote notarizations. There's a whole process people have to go through to be trained to do that. They have to be located here, and surprisingly, all of those people who aren't going back to work are apparently taking up world travel because we've gotten a lot of withdrawal applications and that recently from people outside the United States who have withdrawal applications, and a large part of that's because we've sent out so many of them to the term non-vested people recently, but, so we'll look into that.
And that is on page 17 towards the bottom.
Yeah, I've got it up, so if that's something we think is important, we can include that as an objective as well. It's mostly just going to be staff time, Denise, right? There won't be a huge investment.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a cost to becoming a notary, but I think we pay that already for all.
We do. It's a different class. It's an additional class. I asked Janelle about it yesterday. She said, yeah, it was out there. It's available because they recently just had to go through notary certification anyway. So there would be some cost. It's not substantial.
Otherwise, it has to actually be a visible process. So they have to be looking at the person online and watching them sign the document. But I don't imagine there's any additional investment in hardware.
Because we have remote offices, the gal in my office is a remote notary, and they have to basically Facebook or Zoom, FaceTime, whatever, and they have to all be on at the same time, they record it, so they're talking to each other, yep, that's my signature, electronic. It's interesting.
kind of big deals.
We're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. We've gone through the leadership initiatives and the completed worksheet. And then, real quick, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Just scroll right back up with that bullet point above where you're at. It says the state's CMS system. That's actually not, we no longer use that, so can you just change that to TRS's maybe? I mean, just so that we and a handful of other agencies, I think 6 other agencies contract with a vendor for cloud based. CMS are no longer using the state enterprise system. So
Great, thank you for that clarification, that's very important. Okay, and then the only other staff nominated objective we had, which is a big one, is to continue to expand and strengthen our outreach efforts. So being responsive to the surveys, we've asked for the feedback. Anytime you do a survey, you have to be ready to act on the results. Don't ask the question. So, certainly staff would like to keep that prominent as a goal. And, if there's anything else we could be doing or should be doing, we can maybe have a conversation about that today too. And I've only got about 20 minutes of your time left, so I just want to revisit the worksheet a little bit and just let you know what we've added so far. So the remote notary certification, we've added that. Just jumping back up, we've got the metrics, qualified only metrics that are going to be, at our fingertips and relevant. We'll do the web design proof of concept, online retirement application, and then this whole process we talked about of where staff, now that staff has a general idea of kind of the board's comfort level on expenditures, they will work towards bringing you, nominations each budget year and kind of planning those out. So we've got those major, I guess, staff initiatives in there. If you want to look in your primer, we can look at the old worksheet, that may be helpful. And what I did is I tried to carry forward any of the previous objectives we had on there that were ongoing or that were going to flow forward into the coming years. And I believe the old worksheet in the primer starts on page 4. So, I don't know, and I'll defer to Sean and Denise. We did the risk analysis report. That was completed. I don't know if we need to do another one or if that needs to be on the objectives for the next 2-year period, or if we can check that off.
Probably not 2 years, right?
So when we had that report presented, I had brought up to the board, is this something we want to do on an every 4-year basis, similar to like what we do with the experience study or actuarial audit and some type of schedule? And I remember, Carrie, you had said, well, let's wait and see if we even use this report for anything. And I mean, frankly, we haven't. So our evaluation we have conducted has the risk section necessary to comply with the standards. So, outside of sorry, Tammy's texting saying she can't hear. Outside of like a legislative request for us to do an updated risk analysis, I don't know that there was a whole lot of value in that report for what it cost.
Okay. So what I'm hearing for now is we'll just leave that off. If it comes up or there's a need down the road, we can always pull it back in, but right now we're going to take it off. I took the next one off because that was explore options for periodic tax qualification reviews, and they achieved that. They've identified somebody, they've worked out a process. But we would keep on there the periodic tax qualification reviews, I guess every 5 years. So that wouldn't necessarily be in the next 2-year period, that we could, keep it on there if it's something we want to keep doing.
The IRS starts doing it again this year.
Yeah, we can change it.
Okay.
Real quickly, Tammy, can you hear us now? I got your text message. It looks like it's still on.
Yeah, it's still on.
I hung up, called in again, so I can hear her now.
Okay. How about Dan Chamberlain? Can you hear us?
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay, perfect.
The only question I would have on this is if there's something that comes out of our review of our system as the state goes through that process for, there might be something that comes out of that that requires some
So,
Yeah, through the pension study group, then we could.
You can easily see them saying, look, we need to be doing this.
that's,
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And this, so that during this this fiscal year we're currently in, which will go through next June 30, we're gonna also have our experience study conducted, and those results will be presented to the board in May. So we'll have, that is just part of our regular, what we budget for every 4 years related to that. But you're right, through the study group itself, they could, you know, ask for or want some various scenarios ran, and actuarial costs associated with that, we would have to pay if we agree to do it. I think it's in our benefit to agree to do it, honestly. I mean, even if it's we want to see what it costs to shut down the defined benefit plan and start up a new tier of membership that's all DC plan members, it behooves us to do that, run that, so they have the numbers, so we can show them. I mean, there's never been a scenario yet where it doesn't cost more to provide less benefit under that scenario.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I think the reality of having done it helped us with the legislative process this year.
Yep.
It answered a lot of those questions, and it kind of shut everything down.
Jim, the first objective, that last one we had, should probably be if.
Oh, yes, okay. And then we may want to wordsmith that, but I think having something in here about, you know, addressing issues from the pension study group and proactively participating, that's something we should have in there.
Yeah.
All right, you know, there's certainly other things we do to maintain a sound qualified retirement plan. I mean, we've got the legislative audits with those types of things, but I don't know if those are necessarily, you know, objectives that we need to put on our commitment worksheet. So with that, do we see any other kind of objectives related to maintaining an actuarially sound qualified retirement plan you want to add, or even just some general thoughts or things you want to throw out there and have us work over or come back to you with a proposal on? Okay, I think we're pretty good on that goal. So the next goal is the high performance work culture. Again, that's the one I reviewed. I mean, most of what we just talked about with the IT and that is going to fit in there, the online retirement application, the web design, the metrics. I had a carryover that will maintain contracts for additional system support, modification, and enhancement beyond the current contracts. I would suggest we kind of already have that covered in the objective we articulated earlier, where staff's going to bring you nominations each year to fit within kind of the general budget parameters. And I think maintaining those contracts is kind of part and parcel of that, so I'm really going to set the objective. Okay, and then the other thing is the workflow analysis and projects. I'll work with Sean and staff to kind of articulate those, and we'll either just have a general workflow analysis improvement objective, or if we feel it's necessary to carve some of those out into their own objectives, we will. Process and system documentation, again, that's part and parcel of the workflow improvement. And Tammy, I assume that's going to continue. I mean, you mentioned we're going to be tackling an enhancement a year and kind of knocking down the workflow processes as we do that. So kind of what time frame do you envision the workflow and the process and system documentation? That's just going to be more of an ongoing issue, is that what you say?
Yeah, I would envision it being, but of course, I don't envision us actually tackling full-blown workflow until some point in time in the future. I mean, each enhancement that we do for online, like retirement apps and stuff like that, as well as the OWA, the online withdrawal apps, will have its own workflow similar to what we did for OPB. So as far as the full-blown workflow system, as I think Sean was the one that mentioned earlier, that, you know, to have a process in place for every piece of paper that comes through our door is something that is well in the future before that would happen.
Okay. Okay. And we'll fine tune that a little bit. I just said, you know, we won't start addressing this until the future, but maybe we can better articulate that as we edit this and I get a draft out to you to look at. We had continue with the formal.
Sounds good.
the formal strategic planning every 2 years. Everybody like that. Just built some job security into the strategic plan. And then the remote notary certification, we added that in there. So just with our remaining time, I guess, you know, and we can work with Sean and Darla and everybody to flesh out these outreach issues, but, you know, from this discussion this morning, Sean talked about still wanting to coordinate, you know, ED and board member attendance at the superintendent meetings, continue external communications, reaching out to members in a manner that is timely and status-oriented. I think we've already talked about a lot of this stuff this morning when Sarah was here. Continue to promote communication with members about system functions.
I even think just the surveys get people thinking about retirement in different ways, and they come out there in different ways than most people ever hit. And when it hits you on Facebook, you're like, oh, when you think about it differently. So little things like that aren't bad.
So I'll pull some of the language you talked about earlier. You know, Scott had mentioned a few additional organizations we should be partnering with. You know, MFP had volunteered to maybe help push some information out. So I think we can update these communication objectives to be a little more contemporary and timely. But I think we've covered most of that and have the data we need from the board to do that. So before we close with our strategic planning, I just wanted to see if anybody had any other, you know, big projects or big objectives or things you want to make sure we get on radar. And even if they're not fully formulated thoughts or concepts, if you want to throw them out, we can work them over a little bit and get back to you with some drafts. So just kind of a last call or thoughts or something maybe we overlooked or missed.
The only thing that prompted my thought process this morning that came out was some discussion on joint issues between systems and the DOI. Might not be a bad idea to investigate what options we would have. Not necessarily a joint meeting, but in having discussions on certain topics.
Remember one time we had a meeting of Board of Investments and Para and us all at Board of Investments. I don't remember what
it was under the direction of the budget of the state.
Oh, was that what it was? I couldn't even remember what it was. We had everybody there.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that, like, even for the upcoming SABA meeting, August 25th, so I do work really closely with Dory and with Director Schmidt and Director Miller to make sure that we're covering all the pieces we need to cover between the 3 presentations. And I think what you're talking
What
about.
I'm talking about is more on the board level.
Yeah.
There ever was, so I think, no.
That's the only example I can remember. And I think that was while David, you were the budget director, right?
That was before he was.
Right, because he had mentioned a couple different times when he was the director of DOI, and, you know, it just never really worked out. He threw that out there, you know, should we have another joint meeting like we did now?
Well, and the only reason why I bring that up, you know, we're kind of in a unique time frame in terms of what's going on around us with the amount of governmental money that's essentially into our economy, as well as the amount of debt associated with that, as well as you know, potential inflationary things, and whether there may be some logical discussions just in terms of investment kinds of thoughts. Maybe, you know, at one point in time we were invited to the Board of Investments just to talk about risk that they're taking in investments and why they're doing some of the things that they're doing. Sometimes that's useful to individual boards. I guess I'm just saying, like, if there's a way to, if there's some logic or benefit to doing that, we'll do that.
Yeah, I think we can certainly explore that, you know, with Dan and at least TRS and DOI, whether or not Mara wants to join in or not, so we can leave up the door. Yeah, no, definitely.
So something not for that list, but to think about. I like having this much space. And so if we can do something to extend two sides of this for the future when there's two more people,
I'm just thinking that same thing.
that'd be really nice. And then other people could kind of come up. Anyway, another project.
Knock the wall out.
No, just another,
You should
5
buy
feet
another
there.
table, I think.
Yeah, 6 feet.
Maybe we just draw straws and somebody stays home.
That could happen.
I think we could probably figure out how to get a couple of pieces that, even if they're just like this, but the same height, that butt out here, extend the table.
Just saying, this is really nice. And I like it.
I want it on that objective.
So Jeff wants a bigger table.
You know, Jeff, with the cost of lumber right now, the IT initiatives look cheap.
That's true.
You know, there is a sideline here. But that would probably be a conflict of interest if I were to offer to,
In your new shop.
Right.
And then it came up in our challenges discussion, but I don't know if it's come up in the goals, exploring making ACH mandatory. Do we want to have
mandatory for
our
employers.
employers and direct deposit mandatory for our members?
Yeah, I don't think you can get away with the members thing. I think they,
Social Security's.
Social Security
Is it?
mandatory, yeah.
Yeah.
And has been.
Quite a while, years.
yeah, I know a number of people who are really bank resistant and would fight you all.
They want their Social Security check? Yeah, but.
Yeah, they aren't there yet. And that damn big government, that's what the cry will be.
There-
Much nicer for us.
Yeah.
There used
I
to
hear you,
be a
but
legal
is it worth the
prohibition
fight?
unless somebody opted into doing it.
Right.
And I don't know if Social Security, I mean frankly, they kind of get to do whatever they want to do. That may not have changed the legal expectations, but I can certainly research it if we're.
That's exactly what I was getting at. I knew we couldn't force people.
And I guess my lingering question from this morning's discussion is the board interested in looking at alternatives on working after retirement or not? I mean, I know a lot of work has gone into getting where we're at today. You can tell from our affiliate survey, that's an area of concern to them. So I guess for my benefit as staff, I guess, do we want to bring you examples of what other states are doing? I mean, do we want to put more effort into revisiting that or not?
Well, it makes sense to be prepared, so you at least have some understanding what is already going on someplace,
Yeah.
and whether it would be beneficial or not.
Maybe one of these other organizations can just chime in on a meeting sometime, and talk about what other states are doing, bring up things that come from surveys.
I have one comment to make about that. I think our more elderly teachers are invaluable because of their experience. And if they have economic need or just plain desire to go back to work after some kind of hiatus in their life, especially given the likely continued shortages of quality teachers around the state, I think it would be very prudent for us to try to find ways through the retirement system to make that workable for them.
They already have the ability to stop receiving retirement benefits and go back to work full-time, no strings attached, potentially earn a recalculation of benefits. They can.
Okay, then I must be confused as to the exact nature of this question.
No, I think you're following. They do have that ability, but they have to suspend their benefits. So I think where our affiliates are wanting to go is something closer to what it used to be before all these working retiree limitations went in place. And Denise and I have had this conversation before. Sometimes we're like blown away by some of the things that are said on the House floor or on the Senate floor with regard to coming from otherwise really conservative legislators saying, they earn their benefit. Why are you trying to tell them what they can do as far as with regard to returning to work? And I don't know, do you want to just maybe briefly talk about how that sort of outlook has changed from what you can tell legislatively, from legislators versus like 2007, 2009? We really sort of tightened the, clamped down on this, closed a lot of loopholes, and I think for the better, but now we're starting to get to the other sort of end of the pendulum, and we have real conservative legislators that don't even necessarily believe in defined benefit retirement, but they think the people that are getting those benefits should be able to work without any limitations.
The difference is they want to keep the benefits every month and still work.
Correct.
Which is not retirement.
It's Schrodinger's retirement.
Yeah. It's more
Retirement,
than
not
phased
retirement.
without the rules, without the phasing.
And I guess I'm speaking on behalf of a teacher in a larger district. I'm not speaking on behalf of a teacher in a smaller district because I'm not one of those. I think we should just retire. And I just do. I mean, if you want to retire, retire. If you want to go back to work, go back to work. You have those options, but you don't need to use the retirement system to do that. That's my opinion.
I think until you have
So,
the 25 and out with no age individual still working, you'll always have problems.
so, Madam Chair, let me ask you a question. I understand your position and your attitude towards that. Let me ask you this. What if a retired person was able to keep their ongoing benefits, but if they chose to go back to work, they would have to start their secondary retirement all over again and therefore go through another vesting period, which is unlikely to occur. So they would be doing it just for the motivation of either teaching and or creating that additional income, but without any retirement benefits unless they satisfy an additional vesting period.
I guess I would say on that too, is if, most of the people that I talk to don't want to go back to work in those situations. I mean, I guess that's who I know and that's who I speak to, but those who do go to another state. And so if you really wanted to get your retirement and still teach, go to another state and do that. Retire from Montana, take your benefits, and then go teach in Vegas or go teach in Idaho. Go somewhere else. I guess that's where I'm at with it. I just don't think it should harm our system.
And then they lose, and then our state loses the capacity to retain them if we need the teachers. So
yeah, totally.
That's why I'm just thinking out loud here about whether or not it would be any harm to anybody if they had to satisfy a new vesting period in order to augment their retirement that they'd already earned if they went back to work.
Daniel, this kind of comes back to actually having the study to see what's out there and what makes sense. Most discussion doesn't involve any research at all. It's just, why not do this?
And this is just my feelings too. I'm not.
Sure, and the one thing, Dan, that what you're describing, if I heard you correctly, we already provide that option. So a member can retire right now. They can decide to suspend their benefit, go back and earn, no limit on what they earn, and work towards a second benefit. And if they do that for 3 or more years, they subsequently re-retire. They get their original benefit plus a calculated second benefit based on however many years they work after that original retirement. So that is there.
Okay.
I think what some are asking for is looser restrictions on
No strings
receiving your benefit the entire time, so no adjustment to your retirement benefit at all, but an increase in how much you're allowed to earn as a working retiree. That's what they're asking for. I mean, I think that's pretty straightforward as far as what they want. But whether or not we're willing to do anything in that regard is the whole question. And I know that this board has done a lot of work to get things where they are at today.
We've had a lot of lawsuits based upon exactly that, where superintendents would retire and come back to work in 3 different capacities, making 1/3, but they weren't making 1/3.
And I don't know that it's any more clamped down now than it ever was before. It's just that individuals continue to try to find some sort of missing link to be able to do what they want to do. And 20 years ago, it was a different link than it is today.
Yeah.
And I think one potential loophole, one irritation, let's just put it that way, to the 1/3 earnings, is that there are districts where they go back to work and they work way more than 1/3 time for 1/3 the salary. So they're depriving somebody of a potentially full-time job, contributing full benefits into the system. And so if any tweak needs to be done, it's that 1/3 earnings, not only 1/3 earnings, but no more than 1/3 time.
We used to do that. And it's,
That'll shut.
there's a reason why we don't do it anymore, because it's an unbelievably large amount of work
Yeah.
to check every one of those contracts and check every one of the,
Yeah, and it wasn't that many years ago that we took out the
Which-
can't work full-time
Right.
from the statute, so it's,
Right,
I-
into earnings instead.
I do think when we're hearing from so many legislators, and I think some of this can be chalked up to just changeover in legislators over time. At one point in time, we had them fairly well educated about, IRS requirements and limitations, and this is what the plan says, and there has to be a termination, bona fide separation from service, all that kind of stuff. Whether it's lost or whether there are other objectives at play, we are hearing it more on the floor of the legislature and in other places that they put their 25 years in, bam, their benefit, and it's none of your business what they do after that. But I also think we have not seen an end, as Scott said, to the game playing, for lack of a better term. And it's also entirely possible that that will only get to be more sort of the case as the difficulty of, and it's not just superintendents, I mean, we've seen school districts that can't, hire a speech pathologist in eastern Montana or a school psychologist or what,
Or
for,
elementary teacher.
Right,
We have
exactly.
tons of just regular elementary teachers working under that 732 provision.
right. So at some point it might be,
sometimes, I think there's enough buzz going on, and I don't know if Senator Lang's going to be back or not, but we'll continue to hear those kinds of things. So I think the more we understand what other states are doing and why, the better off we're going to be able to deal with what makes the most sense for them.
and if they want to talk about alternatives, then some of us need to be prepared to advise them what the,
We did a tremendous amount of work, but didn't really change it, because it didn't make sense to change it once we were
and I will tell you, I think we did change things. Well, I mean, maybe we're not talking
Well,
about the same thing.
It ended up a couple of years later in some changes in the overall structure of stuff.
Yeah, but it hasn't changed the effort, you're right. So,
Right. Well, I've captured that, so we will definitely put an objective, and what I've got in here is really rough, so I'll polish the language up a little bit, and work with Sean and staff to maybe fully program these out, designate people, and timelines. So what we'll probably do is, in a couple weeks, send a draft strategic planning summary out for everybody's review, and the commitment worksheet will be the big piece. I guess we may send that out separately, because that's probably the most important thing we want to get finished. And everybody should have my email and my phone number, so if anything else occurs to you, or you have some ideas, or wording change you'd like to see, or something is to reflect on the primer that you have in your packets, don't hesitate to give me a call or shoot me an email. Otherwise, we will be in touch by email in a couple weeks, just with a draft commitment worksheet, and then ultimately we will prepare a strategic planning summary that we can put on the website, or not by the board before we publish that as well. So thank you all very much. Very good work. We got a lot done in a very short period of time. So I really appreciate everybody's time and effort in preparing for this and participating today. It's extremely
Thank you for your leadership.
Actually, I think for all of these guys too, I was really impressed with the survey.
Yeah.
And the leadership stuff, there was a tremendous amount of information.
Great.
And like I said last time, again, email me, call, let Sean know. If there's anything we can do better with this process to make it more beneficial for you in the future, don't hesitate. I'm always open to any feedback, and we'd really love
I
it.
think it's come a long way. It's just amazing now to see what we've got.
Yeah, it really is. When we started from scratch, there was no plan for where we're at now. It's just
It's
amazing.
awesome.
Things are getting done. That's
Yeah.
the best part about it.
Short break before we get to the next part.
I promise we'll get another high five on the next session.
So, hey, Tammy, can you see my screen there? I think, I mean, it's probably not necessary.
Yes.
You and Dan both have this, but I'll just scroll through it as we go through these updates with Denise.
Yes, I can see it just fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, me too.
I wonder how old this is.
I was looking for a date on there too. I found an old, it was kind of stashed in the old Montana, that's his 18 Scots chestnut. But it's huge, it's a 6 foot and a half. But they had all old towns
Yeah, it's separate.
that were on there. And then of course there were population numbers. It was phenomenal.
That one was from 37.
37.
I put it on Etsy or something because it was.
Check out these cups.
When we started.
They're
Sure.
cool. And the guy
Yeah, well, I
sent
looked at it
two.
kind of from
He sent me
afar.
this one, and I'm like, price teacher. So here's an extra one.
Oh, that's awesome.
That must be, is that a different version of the map than the one that's out there?
It is,
We
and
don't
it just
have a-
looks darker for some reason.
No,
but
it's
the
not?
same
There's a
map.
bull rider out there on the one out there?
Oh, I don't know that. Maybe they did put it.
No, I think there was, I think there was.
Is there one? I'll have to look.
They were closing those
She
out,
had
so
that
I
put
said-
on here just for you.
Yeah. You never know, I could just, let me see.
I think it's a picture of you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that does kind of look like Sean on there.
Could be.
All right, thank you all. I'll
Thanks,
see you.
Jim.
Yeah,
Bye.
hey, Jim.
Because you never fell off one, right? That's so.
There were a couple of years I rarely fell off one.
I've never fallen off one.
Yeah, me neither.
I have rarely fallen off a wall.
Buffalo permit?
Oh, you did?
This
Yeah,
year?
yeah. I've got my nephew is big time into guns.
Yeah.
So I sent a thing out and he, I told him, anybody that wants meat, start connecting up with me and start making plans. But he's from Washington and he's got a bunch of old rifles or old style rifle, I don't know which one it is. And he said, you gotta shoot, if you're gonna shoot a buffalo, you gotta shoot one from a gun that was around at the time that you're shooting buffalo. So he sent me a whole raft of these guns that he's got that are 45-70s
Yeah.
that will knock down an elephant kind of thing that he wants me to go out there and shoot with him. And he did say, well, this one gun you might, just to give you a little heads up, you might not want to use it because when I use it, I actually have to put a shirt on that's got a pad for my shoulder because it literally blows you like clear across the street. But it was comical when I've got 1889 guns that I can pick from.
All right.
I think I'd rather use the technology. Well, maybe not. That would be cool. And I
So
think,
we have some administrative rule review, proposed rule revisions.
Yeah, and, Madam Chair, members of the board. Feels like we're missing somebody, but, this is the first round. You'll see this as a rule notice, as much of it as you approve, next time. And then there will be some substantive rules. One we have to add to administrative rules for the COVID distributions, some proposed, but we'll talk about those when we when we bring those to you. So this is an initial run-through of our administrative rules and what the state considers sort of a biennial rule review, where you're supposed to get rid of anything that is duplicated in statute, so it doesn't need to be an administrative rule, anything that's no longer applicable, that sort of thing. So that's primarily what this is. So we'll just quickly go through them. In 301A, our definition provisions, the things that are taken out of here for the most part are terms that are not used in the administrative rules and no longer relevant. So they're defined terms that are no longer used in the administrative rules, or that already exist in statute. Yes, they're in statute and they don't need to be here. The one that's sort of different from that is the definition of participant, and that's because it's used in two places in our administrative rules. One of them is with respect to family law orders, the other is with respect to rollover eligible distributions. In both cases, the term participant came from original rule language, I'm sure, provided by Ice Miller, that complied with the IRS requirements. And the IRS's use of the term participant is sort of anybody who receives a distribution from the retirement system. Well, that works for the rollover distribution provisions for the most part. It does not work for our family law order provisions. Our family law order definition of participant in statute is limited to a member or retired member of the retirement system. So what we did here was we modified the definition of participant in the administrative rules because the rollover provisions are an administrative rule to comport with the rollover use of the term participant. Is that all clear as mud?
Clear as mud.
We'll get to those substantive provisions in a couple of minutes, and you'll see how that's. In 305, we changed just the title from the optional retirement program to the MUSRP, which is statutorily what it's called now. In 402, it's credit for military service. There is free military service available for people who were in active conflict in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. Our administrative rules were never updated to refer to Vietnam. Our statute has been, anyway, this is all duplicative information that is in the statute. And frankly, World War II has been taken out of the statute because we can't possibly be having people purchasing service from World War II at this point. Probably not Korea either, and we're probably getting real close on Vietnam as well. So, 408, creditable service for absence without pay is no longer necessary because we did the statute change 2 sessions ago. I want to say that now we do in-service and out-of-service leave. All of these provisions are included. All of the relevant information is included in statute. 412 is the administrative rule that goes along with USERRA. We have language in here regarding interest accruing if the service purchase isn't completed within the 60 months required under USERRA. That is not in conformity with the federal law. If the service purchase is not done within 60 months, the service purchase is no longer available. You can't charge interest on the service purchase. So if it goes over 60 months, they would be buying it under our military service purchase provision where interest would apply. So anyway, not necessarily a change in what's required or allowed under law, just a change in, I really need to get my notes checked. In 507, changing the children's benefits, previously it said, no, I'm sorry, the minor there should not be lined through in the title. So we've just changed it from payment of children's benefits to payment of minor child benefits. under statute, we have a specific $200 a month for minor children of deceased members, which is, we pay other benefits to minor children, of course. They can be joint annuitants or survivors of deceased members and that sort of thing, aside from the 200, but this is speaking specifically to that $200 a month minor child benefit. 512, change of beneficiary or change of retirement. If you recall, we did in 2019 legislative session, we did a complete rewrite of our beneficiary designation statutes, et cetera. So this is all in statute now, doesn't need to be duplicated. 518 is the one, if you recall, we had done a proposed revision of this rule some years back, and then there was some concern on changing. We had first proposed to repeal it, and then had proposed a revision that's essentially the same as the revision we changed here. This year, we had a number of people who were really not happy about the 10% cap. Not necessarily relying on this statute as a basis for their unhappiness, but not believing the 10% cap should be applied to them, and it really just is time to make clear that these exceptions no longer apply, except for the very few people at this point that they could potentially apply to.
Yeah, and so, I'm sure, I think everyone here was on the board at that time, when we last proposed to make this change. Denise is exactly right. I mean, we have to make this change. I mean, otherwise, we have this rule out there that still says, you know, all of these things on the next page are exempt from the 10% cap, and that's just not at all true.
It's not true.
Yeah.
It's not true.
So this puts the right sideboards on it, makes it super clear. If you're retired on or before July 1 of 11, these exceptions apply, otherwise they don't. And we still have some term vested folks that when they retire, they will have a retroactive retirement date prior to July 1 of 2011, which is why it's still important to leave it as a rule.
So they think anybody who retires could fall under
Well,
these,
the way
not
it's
just.
written, it kind of makes you
Yeah, I
think
see
it
that.
does.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, at one point, it certainly did.
Yeah, it was everybody.
It was. And we still get these same, you know, these same types of issues still come up with people that when they do exceed the 10% cap, it's usually because they either changed employers or they changed positions and they went from being maybe a principal administrator to a superintendent or a teacher to an administrator. They're all the same kinds of things, and if they find this administrative rule, then they really are mad, like, well, it says right
Well,
here.
I've been doing it because it says it right
So, okay, sorry.
It would still potentially be an option. I mean, we did this at the less objectionable of the two versions from before, but in reality, this could be repealed, and we would still retroactively, I mean, you still have to apply law that applied, it would still apply to people, but, I mean, it works this way as well. So, unless you have a stated preference that it go away completely.
Well, I wouldn't mind it going away completely, but this makes sense. It didn't make sense before.
Yeah, I think with this language in here, it makes it very clear who it applies to and who it doesn't. I think all the same arguments for why the board didn't want to repeal it last time probably still apply, because we still do have people that actually legitimately fall under this. So I think the proposed change is probably the best. That's just my opinion. The board can certainly do what they want.
10 years from now.
Yeah.
So 522 is the first of the two administrative rules regarding family law orders. You'll also see as I go through and I change and make any amendment to these administrative rules, since I'm touching them, these are the two provisions where there is a little bit of substantive change in the administrative rule, not inconsistent with our statute, but whereas all of the other ones, the changes are essentially because they no longer apply to have been superseded by that sort of thing, but we'll talk about that. I'm also changing everything to, I put a definition in of retirement system or TRS, because in some of the statutes, we've used TRS, the retirement system. In this one, I think it still said the Montana, or it simply refers to the board. And while the board governs the retirement system, the correct reference is to the retirement system, not to the board, as if you're independently doing these things. So by statute, our family law orders have to be completed on forms provided by the retirement system. So we have a schedule of like 6 family law order forms that people can use, and they're relative to which retirement election the people made at the time they retired, if they've already retired, or anyway. We've changed the term, as I said before, from participant to member in here, because it's a participant. A family law order can only be entered on the account of a member. Recently, in fact, we had an order, a support order come from the state of California on from the ex-wife of a survivor of a deceased TRS member. So the benefit recipient, the participant in that case, was not the TRS member. It was a benefit recipient, a joint annuitant who was now deceased, and their ex-spouse was, I'm sorry, they're still alive and receiving benefits, and their ex-spouse now wanted to take a part of those benefits. Our statute says a participant is a TRS member or a retired member. That person wasn't a participant. So anyway, so it does happen in reality sometimes.
So you have to go back to them and say, yeah, this doesn't apply, even
Yes,
though it was
right.
ordered by the law, you're not gonna get this.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. The other thing that I changed in here, and this is the substantive part, frankly, of this, is the 2 basic types of distribution, and it's not necessarily on its face incorrect, but it implies that any family law order can use either form of distribution, an actuarially equivalent distribution or a fixed amount distribution. That is not correct. There's a provision in our statute that says a family law order can't order a distribution that's unavailable to an alternate payee that's unavailable to a member. Once a member has retired and made a benefit election, there is a time frame set on that benefit election. It may be, payable to the member for their lifetime only, payable for, the member and a joint annuitant, or payable for one of our period certains, lifetime of the member, or 10 or 20-year period certain. So we only allow actuarially equivalent distributions to be ordered on accounts of active members. So only until the point that somebody retires can an actuarially equivalent family law order be put on their account. After they retire, they're limited to distributing the benefit payable under the benefit election they made at the time of retirement. Does that make sense? So that's the substantive change in here. This was cleaned up some to make clear.
Quick question.
Yep.
Is a family law order the same as a
Quadro.
QDR, qualified domestic relations order? Is it mean the
Not,
same?
it is our facsimile of a quadro. The requirements in that, so quadros specifically are ERISA law. We're not governed by ERISA.
Okay.
So, but it's our similar. Other than that, because I was touching this and I don't want to come back and touch it again when I'm doing the substantive, I did all of the cleanup in that on family law order thing, all consistent with statute, all consistent with how we currently do family law orders and that, but to clarify, the points that are not necessarily clear in the administrative rules currently. So I don't know, I guess part of what we're, I'm not sure, is this an action item, Sean, on the agenda or a discussion item, an information item?
There's adopted administrative rule revisions
Okay.
as an action item.
You'll see them again anyway, you'll see them next board meeting as a rule proposal for your final approval before we publish it. So you'll have another opportunity if you haven't had a chance to look at this in detail yet. So 29:30.
And again, we're not proposing anything that changes, any substantive changes at all. I mean, this is just making these rules
And making them more.
reflect what we currently either do
Right.
because of statute or because of practice.
So 528 extra duty compensation, we have a statutory provision now. We did the statutory change, I think in 2019 as well, that explained how we would calculate creditable service for extra duty compensation because it's frequently paid as a stipend or that sort of thing, how we would calculate the service time that goes with the compensation paid. All of the relevant stuff about what's extra duty, what will be approved as extra duty and extra duty compensation and that sort of thing is now in statute. So no reason to have this administrative rule any longer. Right. High five, Jeff, or no? So unless anybody has questions, those are the rule proposals, technical cleanup really on this batch.
So because this is an action item, do we just need to table it?
You can.
Well, you could, or you could just approve it for writing it up as a rule draft and say you want to see it back, or you could take action now and say, write it up and publish it.
Might as well get it out.
Well, is there any other comments or questions? Also, public comment, is there anybody out there in the public that would like to speak to this?
This is Sarah Fisher with MSP. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. I just want to say thank you to Denise and all of the staff for always keeping such a close eye on all of these and helping make it clear. We also receive a lot of the communications from members with questions about 10% issues and all of those things. So I think the more clear it can be, the better off for everyone. So thank you to all of you for taking the time to go over these.
Thanks.
Is
The
there a state
input.
procedure rule about more than one reading, changing arms? We did changing of the administrative rules at BOI, and they kind of did it in 2 readings for public input purposes.
Right.
So again, this is just authorizing us to go make these changes and then the
And then we'll
actual.
review them again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and publication simply means they get posted in the Montana Administrative Register, and then people can, we send the notice out to interested parties, people can submit comments. I mean, this is not the public comment part of the process.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
That's a good question. And we haven't actually changed any administrative rules since I've been here.
I don't recall.
We haven't.
I
You've
move
been
that,
sloughing on that.
I move that we
That's me.
adopt the administrative rule revisions we just discussed.
Been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
All right.
Okay.
Chair votes aye as well. None opposed that I heard. So that motion passes. We're on to the final part here, which is the administrative business. Our tentative meeting dates, October 8th and December 3rd. Next meeting, we did decide to really look at that October 8th and make sure that worked because we have actuaries coming, but getting out there for December 3rd. And it's just a discussion and information item. Does that, everybody work for that still?
It would be awesome for me if you did it on the second, but the third is fine.
Oh, December?
Because I have, you know, as long as I'm still around. I
Oh,
have
that's true.
30th and the 1st in Helena already for BOI.
No. Well, it would be a Thursday instead of Friday.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm okay.
Then I wouldn't have to drive back and forth.
Not to Nikki as well.
Okay. So we'll actually set that one for sure at the October meeting,
Okay.
but I'll update your packets to show October 8th and December 2nd.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I just put it on as a possibility. All right, and then we simply need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well.
All right.
You good with that, Dan? Okay,
All right.
it's a good meeting.